What is going on, everybody? We are live for the best day, day 2, the best day of the NFL draft, in my opinion, where the analysis really shines, where the surprises really come through. And we got Teddy Cam here with us, per popular demand. Teddy's in the house, ready for day 2. We're going to have to turn Teddy so that he's actually looking at the camera. There we go. What a first night of the draft it was. A lot of surprises. Ty Simpson is a member of the LA Rams now. Maybe not by Sean McVay's choice. That was a big talking point out there. Just a lot of clips of him looking just not good body language, right? Like, not very patient with the press, and the phone call with Ty Simpson and some interviews that came out from like before the draft. Very, very fascinating narrative coming out the draft for a pick that I was actually much higher on than just about everybody I heard talking about it. Like, a lot of people were like, this team should be going all in. Why would you take Ty Simpson? It's a reach anyway. I see it as an opportunity to kind of capitalize on that pick that they got from the Falcons, being a little over aggressive in the draft before, an opportunity to just spend one pick on a potential next decade plus of franchise quarterback play after Matthew Stafford inevitably decides to hang it up. So I'm still a fan of the pick for the Rams more than most, but definitely gets interesting when you start to see Sean McVay's kind of lack of excitement in many ways for it. So that was a big surprise. Ruben Bain falls to the 15th pick, in my opinion, the best player in the draft. And Teddy just apparently does not want to look at the camera. He just wants to stare at me. So you're going to get side shots of Teddy for now. But yeah, Ruben Bain falling to 15 was just unexpected, absurd, honestly. Like, I really think that's a pick we're going to look back on and be like, God, the NFL overthought the crap out of that draft pick. So the Bucs got an incredible edge rusher there. Let's see, what were some of the other big surprises? Arvell Reese going to the New York Giants. Probably not a single mock draft had that. A lot of debates today about, is he going to be a linebacker? Is he going to be an edge rusher for them? We kind of talked about that last night, and I'll stand by what I said, where I think he plays linebacker year 1, and that's good. I mean, he did it at Ohio State. He's comfortable there. But for me, he is the long-term edge complement to, or running mate, a Batman in Batman scenario, hopefully, with Abdul Carter. They did come out after the draft, and exactly like I kind of predicted on the stream last night, they came out and said, yeah, he was our number 1 player in the draft. And when the number 1 player in the draft falls to you at number 5, you just take him and figure it out. And that's what they're going to do. And I think he does kind of make sense in those plans. I fully expect Kayvon Thibodeau, there was already trade talks going on with him. I fully expect he will not be with the team after this season. He might not be with this team during the season. And then we'll see what they want to do with Brian Burns. But I think you can absolutely look forward. You know, even if Brian Burns plays out his contract, he's going to be 29 years old after this season, an athlete-based edge rusher. You know, he's not going to be there forever. So just take the stud in Arvell Reese, and in the meantime, he can play some linebacker blitzing stuff. And to be honest, they use their number 2 linebacker, or have. I know the scheme is changing, but their number 2 linebacker, whose name's escaping me right now, but tore his ACL last year. Forgive me, I can't recall his name right now. But he's a great blitzer, and that's the best thing he does. This linebacker that should not be named. I'm struggling to think of his name for some reason. The number 2 linebacker for the Giants. I don't even know if you'll be able to find it. The chat will tell me in just a second. They know who I'm talking about, because we got a smart chat in the house here. So I do have a goal for tonight, you guys. If we could get to Micah McFadden, you got it. But yeah, the point is Arvell Reese is just a juiced up version of Micah McFadden. But if we could get 115K subs tonight, we're going to be tracking it. Although that's not actually updated there, which is a bummer. So I might have to take a peek at that. But anyway, If you guys could, if you are watching the stream and for some reason you're not subscribed, please do. And let's see if we can get to 115K here tonight. I would really appreciate that. We got some super chats starting with a big one from Echo. Thank you, Echo. We love you. We appreciate you helping us pay our rent every year. We can't thank you enough. John Cena's in the house for Echo. He says, Teddy! Teddy's not moving. He's like, what? What do you want? Sup, Marcus? The Jacob Rodriguez to the Colts watch begins now. I will accept Anthony Hill as a consolation. If we take DT or cornerback, I will riot. Yeah, man. If Jacob Rodriguez gets to the Colts, that would be incredible. My literal pro comp on Jacob Rodriguez is Darius Leonard, with all the turnovers and, maybe not the biggest guy, maybe not the fastest guy, but good enough and a turnover machine. That would be kind of the second coming of Darius Leonard. So I would love that for your Colts. That would be obviously extremely exciting. I thought Jacob Rodriguez should have been picked by a couple of teams last night. I think the Cowboys could have made him the pick. I thought the Texans could have made him the pick and maybe could have been preferable to what they did. I just noticed we have, not that it's a big deal, but the graphic is, if you could just try it.
It would be nice if you gave me anything on my screen to work.
Oh, you don't have it? We'll get you set up here. Here, I'll do this real quick. We got to get on all set up so we can get these beautiful graphics going. That should update it. I'm gonna pass that over to you. We have to share a computer. Just let me scroll up the super chats here so I can get those on my screen. But yeah, we're sharing. She has one monitor and I have two, and we're fighting over. We both have a mouse that's connected to the computer that we're fighting over. All right, all yours. The computer is all yours. You can drive. You can take the wheel. But we got some other super chats here before we get to our first pick tonight.
You want me to update with the graphic?
Well, it just on my screen it still says. It's here. It's probably actually on the OBS end. 1 second, guys. It's probably just confused about where it's trying to get the source. There we go. That'll fix it. Okay. Now we're good. So from Jacob, Eagles ripped my heart out as a Steelers fan. Still like the pick we made. Yeah, that was crazy. The Eagles come up for Mekhi Lemon, one of the steals of the draft last night, in my opinion. For me, Mekhi Lemon was a top 5 player in the draft by my big board, and the Eagles get him at number 20 in a trade up. When Mekhi Lemon came out after the draft and said, yeah, I was on the phone with the Steelers, and then my phone rang from the Eagles, and Howie Roseman was picking me. That was how much freaking chess that Howie Roseman was playing last night. Just ripped him out of Pittsburgh. That's just crazy, especially the in-state kind of rivalry there. Really, really nuts. But yeah, man, Howie Roseman just keeps doing it. From Gaming Time, so pumped for day 2. Basantis, Pregnon, Dunker. For my Bolts, please. Yeah, you got some guard options for the Bolts, 100%. Basantis would be ideal, just I think in that system if you want a great athlete for Mike McDaniel, but I think any of those guys would be good. From Calhoun, back for day 2, old fashioned in hand. I forgot to grab a drink. Maybe we'll make time to get that for the second half of the show tonight. But gotta love a good old fashioned. Also hoping the Sixers get a win tonight. Go Birds, go Sixers. Yeah, good luck. I know my Wolves picked up a big dub last night, so that was good to see. Oh man, Julius Wyatt with the heavy hitter here. $2 super chat says Mount Rushmore of Hans Zimmer scores. So Dark Knight Rises. Inception, Interstellar. I mean, I don't know. I have something to admit. I have not seen Dunkirk. I know. You guys are gonna flame me for that. I've not seen Dunkirk because it was at an opportunity. Like I was waiting for an opportunity to go see it in theaters because it was like, I don't want to watch this on the small screen. And then I just never went to go see it. Now I've been like, I feel like that's such a movie that I want to go see in theaters. But we have a nice big TV that we got for football season. Maybe it's time now that the draft's over. I finally watched Dunkirk. But I mean, you got to put Dark Knight Rises and the other two in there. From Boy Hollow, what can my Vikes do to make up for the Banks pick? Okay, I don't hate the Banks pick as much as a lot of people. I really do like Banks. He got some good news with the injury in the days leading up to the draft that he should be ready to start the season. And, you know, with a green wave of like he's good to go and you're not worried about the health, he's a top 20 player in the draft for me. It's just you're terrified of the foot injuries. But, you know, I don't think it was like a crazy reach. It was just a little bit of a surprise because we had spent the last month since he broke his foot running his 40. We kind of just assumed that, okay, yeah, he's going to be a day 2 guy because of the feet injuries, but I wouldn't be devastated about it. I mean, if he hits, he could be one of the best players in the draft. So I understand why they went that route. I don't think it was a horrible choice. It's just a risky choice, but to get a guy with that kind of upside at the DT spot, it's sometimes you got to just swing big. Grim says, I'm mentally preparing for Mike Washington at 52. I would be pretty freaking gutted, dude. I think that'd be just lighting a second-round pick on fire, but we do have a Packers pick tonight, and I was joking about, you know, Thursday night, or Wednesday night, rather. I slept like a baby. Packers didn't have a first-round pick. I went to bed very comfortable knowing that the Packers couldn't waste their first-round pick and that it was going towards Micah Parsons. Last night, I slept all right. I was pretty tired after recording the first round reactions till 3 a.m. But there's a little bit of unease for me right now because it's a big pick for the Packers coming up, and the board fell really nicely for them, by the way. So I have my top players available here. We've got some options for the Packers at 52. If you're looking for defensive tackles, the board fell really nicely. Christian Miller, I don't know if he makes it, but he is my pipe dream pick for the Packers at 52, my number 1 defensive tackle in this draft. Again, with the injury stuff on Banks kind of factored in and lowering Banks a little bit. But even like Lee Hunter, Caden McDonald, if the Packers could get any of those 3 guys, that would be incredible. And then you've also got... here, one second. I've got the remaining group, but there's a lot of good football players, man. I wanted to put the rankings up there just to kind of show that off. But pick is okay. So the Niners are on the clock. 3 minutes to go. We're gonna keep answering super chats until this Niners pick comes in. We got a $20 super chat from Albino. The Saints should trade a second and or a third for Kayvon Thibodeau. What do you think? It's not going to cost a second, so you don't have to worry about that for the Saints. It honestly probably isn't going to cost the Saints third-round pick. I think Kayvon Thibodeau is worth about roughly the 100th pick in the draft. He's a really good run defender. He's an okay pass rusher, but he's on the last year of his deal. He's going to have to be paid. I look at about like what Odafe Owe went for when he went to the Chargers. And it was in exchange for Alohi Gilman, who would be valued at about a 4th or a 5th round pick. So I don't think it's going to cost you that much to get Thibodeau. But if you're the Saints, it's a fun preposition because it's a swing at upside, and it's not dissimilar to what they did signing Chase Young, and just kind of gamble on a highly drafted guy like that to get maybe long-term upside at the edge position. So it makes sense that the Saints would be in on it. We'll see if they pull the trigger. I think it makes a lot of sense for a Thibodeau trade to happen at this point, though. We got another super chat from the official Josh Bell YouTube. I saw Josh Bell went off last night. 8 runs wasn't enough to beat the Mets, unfortunately, for our Twins. I think the Twins are taking on the Rays right now. So go Twins. We got Taj Bradley on the mound, breakout superstar this year. Shout out Taj Bradley. Just waiting to get my jersey. He's such a breakout that the pro store at Target Field didn't even have Taj Bradley jerseys because he wasn't expected to be as good as he's been this year, but he's been awesome, and he's going against his old team tonight. So I'm Can you record it? Can you record the Twins game for us?
From my phone?
Yeah.
I'll try.
Because I want to watch Taj pitch against his old team. From Keegan Jones, day 2, having delusions of Pregnon to the Chargers. I don't think it's nuts. I think he's a really good guard. I compared Pregnon as a player, like, as far as how good he is. I think he's relatively close to kind of how I felt about Donovan Jackson last year, where it's like if you take him at the end of the first round, it's just a solid like B- pick, where he's probably never going to be as good enough player to like return value, but you just kind of feel good about it. He's just a really sound high floor player at guard. And Pregnon is 24 years old, so there's definitely a reality where he falls into the middle of the second round here. We'll see, though. I mean, we know how hard it is to find offensive linemen, so I expect we're going to see a bit of a run of interior linemen here at the top of the second. Nick says, board looks promising for our Packers. Go Pack Go. Yes, indeed. $10 super chat from Eric. No comment, just $10. Thank you, Eric. From Jacob, who should the Browns be targeting tonight? Huge fan, been watching since 2018. Keep up the good work. So I would say the Browns board is pretty open at this point. I feel like some help in the nickel could be really nice. There's some good nickel players in this draft, whether it's Jalen Kilgore or Keontae Scott, Traden Stukes maybe. But we've got the Niners pick coming in here. I didn't say this, but I think it's going to be Denzel Boston is going to be my prediction here. To get a wide receiver, a player that's a first round, like worthy of getting drafted in the first round. They traded down twice. So it remind me of when the Bengals got T. Higgins at the top of the second round, and we look back on it like, yeah, that guy probably should have gone in the first round. But we'll see what they do here. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we got a question yesterday. So they take Dejon Stribling. We got a question yesterday of Super Chat that I didn't have a good answer for, and shout out to whoever that was. I hope you're watching, because you're going to get your answer now of who's a my guy that still ended up getting drafted higher than I anticipated. Well, here you go. Dejon Stribling was one of my guys this year because I felt like I was crazy for 4 months from when I did my receiver watch in early February with Dejon Stribling, like, hey, I think this guy's pretty freaking good and pretty close to a top 10 wide receiver, yet nobody's talking about him. Everybody's hyping up like Trey Lance and Ted Hurst, and I'm like, I think Dejon Stribling's a better version of what you're talking about there. Didn't anticipate he would go 33rd in the draft ahead of Trey Boston. That is the Niners beating to their own drum, right? Like, this team is probably the one remaining like team that just doesn't care about consensus. They just do what they want to do, and this makes total sense why they traded down twice yesterday, because they at least knew, like, no one's going to take Dejon Stribling. We'll just get down to the top of the second and get their guy. I will say this. I understand why they like him, and if I'm going to put a grade on it, I do have to question this as a reach. To me, I gotta pull up my draft board here. But I think I had a true third round grade on Stribling here, so it is certainly early to take that guy here in the, so yeah, he was my wide receiver 15, third to a fourth round grade. It's certainly a reach, and I have to say I've got questions about this because it is so early for a guy that, when it's just a great wide receiver class. You had options, right? Like, we're going to be able to look back on this and be like, okay, Denzel Boston, Jeremy Bernard, I think, is a much better version of what they maybe were looking for here. Chris Bell will be a name to monitor. There's just such a good wide receiver class to go so against consensus. This is what bothers me about the Niners front office, and a lot of Niners fans are probably like, what the hell? Why do we do this? Now, I will say I'm giving him a chance to have success and even have the upside of being a player in this system of a guy worth the 33rd pick in terms of what he ends up being. I don't think what he is as a prospect is worth this pick, certainly not. But he is everything that the Niners value in a big, fast run after catch threat. The way he moves with the ball in his hands, I'm not going to do the classic Deebo Samuel comparison, but he catches a crossing route and you see that speed turn on just like Deebo. He's a guy that I think is faster with the ball in his hands. And we got a really good pick coming up for the Cardinals, taking Chase Bisontis. So I'll wrap this up. But the nice thing about Stribling is he can actually get down the field and win some tough catches as well. He's not the most diverse route runner. And, you know, he didn't have that full polish and respect as a lot of these top wide receivers do have. But in a Kyle Shanahan offense, I can see it. So I've got questions about the pick for sure, but we'll see how it goes. I'm giving him a chance. So Chase Bisontis goes to the Cardinals here. Did it not update?
It's been glitchy.
There it is. Cool. So Chase Bisontis is a really athletic guard. And to be honest, I did have Pregnon higher than Bisontis. It's not like crazy higher, but I kind of get going with the 21-year-old, really good like athlete for a wide zone blocking scheme here. I kind of get going that route for the Cardinals instead of a 24-year-old Pregnon who can block wide zone, but is a little bit more of a gap scheme guy, in my opinion. You know, the thing with Bisontis is he takes his losses. Like, a lot of people loved Bisontis in this draft class, and I get why, because his upside is really nice, and this is a pick that I really like for the Cardinals, addressing offensive line, backing up the Jeremiah Love pick. But the reality is with Bisontis is he needs to continue to add play strength. There are just little glitches in pass protection where he'll let guys cross his face. He'll stop his feet at times when you know he has the foot speed. So like he got a lot of love, a lot of even first round buzz. And for me, it was just like, I don't know. I think he's still getting there. But he's got all of the tools to get there. So as long as you have trust in your development and him to get there, this is a really good pick in my opinion. I'm a fan. And, again, with them being more of a long-term rebuild, I'm not gonna sit here and be like really nitpicking value of like, oh, you should have taken Bisontis, especially when Bisontis is so much Pregnon, especially when Pregnon is so much older. There's a 3-year gap there. Pregnon played 6 years at Oregon. Bisontis played 3. So you're betting on the trajectory and the upside, and it's hard to argue against that when you're in the spot that the Cardinals are at. And me as a future Jeremiah Love dynasty owner, I just got a lot happier because when they took Jeremiah Love, it's like, dude, you have no offensive linemen. Like, that's the biggest problem with taking Jeremiah Love there, is getting an Ashton Jinty situation like last year where he's just running into brick walls. This will hopefully alleviate that situation a little bit. And I need to revoke. I sent a trade offer today. You guys will find this interesting. I sent a trade offer in my main dynasty league that I'm in with Anna. I'm actually going to revoke it right now. And that's why I had my tweet that some of you guys saw. But I offered the number 1 pick in our dynasty league for Ashton Jinty because I wanted to see if maybe I could get our friend to commit to Jeremiah Love there. But I'm a little more optimistic about Jeremiah Love now after getting a guard there, so that's good. And then the Bills just do what they do every year and take a pass rusher that I don't like. Me and Bean, the GM for the Bills, do not see eye to eye on D-line talent very often. I don't hate TJ Parker, but I did kind of hate the first round buzz that Parker got. Now, starting to drop into the second round, like, we're starting to get closer in terms of how I feel about TJ Parker. He ended up 48th on my big board, so we're certainly getting closer compared to, him getting mocked like 22 to the Chargers at times, for example. I was never going to be able to match that. But, Parker, to me, is just one of these edge rushers that I don't know that the development that everybody is waiting to see is going to come. He's a really nice athlete, but I wouldn't describe him as an incredible athlete. 4.69 40. Like, I think he's got good speed, good burst, like good feet, but nothing is like crazy from an athletic standpoint. And he's got this like wicked bull rush and long arm that is like really fun to see when it comes on. And all these highlights here are from the South Carolina game, because that was like pretty much the only good game he had all year. When you watched his actual like game to game stuff and the South Carolina offensive line, it wasn't the first time that they were so bad. But I don't know, man. Even if he does evolve his pass rushing repertoire, I don't know that he has like crazy twitch to go speed to the corner or a lot of agility to win with like a bunch of different cross-facing pass rush moves to like become much more than he is. I think he's just probably going to settle in as like like a Shaq, was it Shaq Lawson? I came out of Clemson, like just a good number 3 edge for me, for the Bills here. I think you're running into the same problem where you just keep, and this was their first round. Hold on. I have to back up that like it grade, because it just hit me that they traded down. They had first round picks. They had a first round pick and don't have a second round pick. They got back into, they've been moving all over the place with the draft. But this was their first pick of the draft, and I really do believe that this is the same problem that they keep having, where they get all these, just number 3 guys, and they never have anybody that puts the fear of God in opposing offensive linemen. I don't think any NFL offensive lineman is going to really be terrified of TJ Parker at any point, and that's just my opinion. I think he'll be a solid, like, if you started him, I think he'd probably get you like, a 9% pressure rate, 40 pressures, like 4 or 5 sacks, be a decent run defender, and just kind of be an okay player. Not dissimilar to AJ Epinesa for them. Different styles, but same kind of idea. So I've got questions about this being, yet another big offseason for the Bills. They spend the second round pick on DJ Moore. I kind of defended that. Like, I'm excited to see DJ Moore here, but I can't get up for this. And when I put a grade on these picks, I try to put myself in the shoes of these teams and being a fan of these teams and how I would really feel if my team made this pick. And it's just, okay, like, fine. You now have even more depth on the edge and the same problem. So I'm just not a TJ Parker guy, and maybe I end up wrong about that, but it's what I saw in him. Let's get some super chats out of the way here while we have. Do we have another pick?
No, but Eric, who you said didn't have a chat, just a $10 super chat, he just didn't get his in. It says, Marcus, what would be your thoughts on Bears trading Tyson Bagent and or Cole Kmet?
So if you didn't hear that, the question from Eric was, what are your thoughts on trading Tyson Bagent or Cole Kmet? Hey, if someone wants to give you a 4th round pick for Tyson Bagent, why not? I feel like if Caleb Williams goes down, the ship's going to sink anyway. So if you can get a 4th round pick and, do that, sure. But you are still going to need a backup quarterback. So I don't have any strong opinions on it, but I could understand trading Bagent. As for trading Cole Kmet, if you drafted a tight end, if you came out of this with, and I think Loveland did such a good job bulking up. Like, Loveland can take over as the full-time, like, Y tight end. I think he did that quicker than maybe even the Bears were expecting him to be able to handle that. But he also did the wide receiver slot stuff really well. So I still want to have a number 2 tight end so that you can run 12 personnel. We saw that in Detroit. They always wanted to have another guy's name's escaping me. I really need to pull up the Our Lads here. I think it's, Brock Wright. They always wanted to have Brock Wright around with Laporta. So, like, if you're saying let's take Sam Roush or Will Kazmarek or Eli Raridan, and there goes Caden McDonald to the Houston Texans. He's off the board.
Yeah, and I don't know. They traded with the Raiders, and I cannot find what the trade was.
Okay.
But they traded up for this.
So the Texans come up and get Caden McDonald, which is a really fun move. We've consistently mocked, and I'm going to say I love it here for this. This is a easy one to assess, but we've mocked defensive tackle to the Texans really throughout this process. They have a need there. They have a bunch of guys that are either injury prone or getting older or on the last year of their deal or younger and not really proven commodities. The idea here is, look, we got this. We got the best pass rush in the NFL. Let's make sure we have enough defensive tackles that are going to help us get to third down. And that's what Jayden McDonald is here to do. That's also why he's falling to the second round here, because in my opinion, he is a one-trick pony. He's probably someone that, especially in Houston, he's going to come off the field on third downs. He's not going to be a three-down player for you, and like teams aren't going to draft a two-down player in the first round more often than not. So that's why he's here. But the Texans spot an opportunity. They were probably torn on how to navigate this between Rutledge and McDonald, and they looked at their team, and they have a bunch of picks, and they're like, man, can we just find a way to get both of these guys? And honestly, for the Raiders to move down, I think that's a good idea because the Raiders have so many spots to fill on their team. So I think it's probably a good move for the Raiders with a lot of good players still available. But yeah, man, I mean, if Colts fans and Jags fans and everybody else in the league that saw that Texans pass rush and was like, God, that is such a terrifying group. If you were afraid of facing that unit, you're going to see even more of them this year because Jayden McDonald is going to help the Texans turn 1st and 10s into 2nd and 9s and then 2nd and 9s into 3rd and 8s. And then he's going to come off the field and get after it. So really love that pick for the Texans. McDonald did end up a tick lower for me, right? He was, I think, right around this range, 43 for me. So the value at this spot makes a lot more sense than maybe mid to early first round, like I had seen a lot of people for him. I couldn't quite get there with him. Cool. So let's keep catching up on Super Chats here. Just got to pull it back up. 1 second. All right. So where did I leave off? Monty. What's up, Monty? Good to see you, my friend. Feels amazing to not have the stress of Denver screwing up their first round pick, and it's not because of Russ. Oh, that's a good one. Eyes are open for a trade up. The question is if they can afford to make it to Rodriguez. Dude, if the Broncos get Jacob Rodriguez, that'd be insane. That'd be just making a great defense even better. So good luck to your Broncos, Monty. Thank you. Tanner says, hey, TFG, loved the day one grades video. Good stuff. Who's a gem on day two? I mean, I got plenty. I got the board right here. So, I mean, I would just go straight to the top there. For Jacob Rodriguez to be here as my 22nd player, Christian Miller to still be there. But those are guys more falling. I would say if you want like a gem that maybe not as many people are talking about, I would say Jalen Kilgore is one of my guys in this draft. As a nickel, came out of the same South Carolina team that Nicky Manwari came out of, but they actually played Jalen Kilgore in the nickel, unlike Manwari, who they stuck as a deep safety in that defense. But yeah, he's got some footwork stuff to clean up in coverage for sure. And some of the best wide receivers in this class certainly got theirs on Kilgore. But you're really drafting him for the playmaking instincts and the size and the willingness to hit. I really did like Kilgore as that kind of modern big nickel type. So I'm a huge fan. And with the way the league is at, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes earlier. Zakee Wheatley is a safety out of Penn State that's just a really nice balanced player that I liked. Carver Willis probably not going to go here on day two. If he does, I'm going to be ringing that bell real hard. And then I would shout out Garrett Nussmeier as well. I liked his tape, man. He's aggressive. Played injured last year, but I could see that kind of Dak, Derek Carr, Andy Dalton trajectory with him, where he's a day two pick that actually ends up a starter. The Kirk Cousins trajectory with him. Those don't exist in every draft, but I could absolutely see it with Nussmeier, who's got some big playability. Sneaky. All right. Giants are about to make their pick. Loved what the Giants did yesterday, and they get a chance to continue adding to it here. I wonder if they'll go with Denzel Boston here. Would be incredible. No, Colton Hood. So they add to the secondary with a good corner in Colton Hood. He's more of a press guy, so this will be interesting. I didn't love Colton Hood's zone tape all the time, and this is going to be a zone-heavy system. So my guess is they take him and are saying, look, this guy has the length, he's got the speed, he's got press man coverage ability. If we can teach him the zone stuff in this defense, he's going to be awesome. He can be a number one corner. So you need to, get him to anticipate things better, read out routes better. But it's all there for him to be a really good starting corner in the NFL. This is right around the range I had him. So I would say this fills a need. It's a good value pick, and this defense continues to start to look a little better here with Reese and Hood after they traded the big man Dexter Lawrence. So I'm gonna say I love that pick. And Teddy decided to face the camera for us, didn't you, buddy? All right, so super chats from Godzilla. Can't wait for the GM-less team to reach like crazy again. That's the Vikings. Vikings fans not loving the Caleb Banks pick, man. That's tough. If Mekhi Lemon and the Eneman weren't on the board, I think it would be a phenomenal pick. It's just there was a couple other picks that would have been way better for them. But if Caleb Banks is healthy, it's going to look like a steal, in my opinion. All right, from Flambeau. Have I changed my mind on Evan Williams? Where you been, Flambeau? I admitted I was wrong on Evan Williams about 6 weeks into his rookie season. I think Evan Williams is really good. Just a case of, I watched one tape on a guy that was projected 7th round, and he ran a 4.6, and nothing really popped on that game of tape. And I was frustrated with the Packers reaching on players, and I missed on him. I think a lot of people missed on him. A lot of people thought it was a little bit early, but, I will give Brian Gutekunst credit. He has a couple picks that just make up for the crazy stuff he does, and Evan Williams is one of those cases. I think Williams is a really nice number 2 safety, something like you would talk about with like a Alohi Gilman or Cam Bynum or, that cluster of just like steady, solid, good safeties, not the most like disruptive and incredible players. But yeah, I definitely have changed my mind on Evan Williams, who I thought was just a special teamer coming out. And now the Raiders get to make their pick. If this is Denzel Boston, the Raiders will have absolutely crushed this. We'll see what they do, though. Or maybe it's Elijah Surratt to pair. No, there's Trayden Stukes. Okay, I don't like this. I don't, honestly. I actually really don't like this, the more I think about it.
Do you hate it?
I hate it. And again, I'm really trying to put myself in the shoes of, like, I'm a fan of this team. I've done all this research for the draft. The pick comes in. What is my emotional reaction to this thing? I hate it if I'm a Raiders fan, because we did bring in Teron Johnson to play the nickel, and Trayden Stukes was a nickel at Arizona State. He's a 6th-year player. So if you're moving him to safety, it's a project, it's a projection. And he's injury prone. He's got knee questions.
Sorry.
It's a creaky chair over there. And I just don't understand why you would not go with Denzel Boston, who would be an unbelievable pairing with Mendoza, with the vertical ability, the back shoulder ability. If we're trying to give men, like, I'm not going to say I was critical of them for taking Mendoza, but I brought up the fact that, like, this is not a given, right? Like, you have to do what you can do to make sure he has what he has to succeed. They don't have outside wide receivers right now. They don't. For a guy like Denzel Boston to fall and you not take that guy, or a Jeremy Bernard and not take that guy, and you're just taking a 25-year-old injury-prone, really instinctive, really fast nickel safety hybrid. I hate it. It's a reach. It's not the direction I think they should go. And I'm gonna stand on business with that one. But Stooks did have a lot of like late draft buzz. I have a 3rd to a 4th round grade on Stooks because of some of the injuries. And again, he's an older player. I thought his coverage stuff was like, basically, I think Jalen Kilgore is a much better version of Trayden Stooks, who's 3 years younger. Like, both those guys are kind of the same idea, where they're fast, they'll break on stuff underneath, they've got instincts, they've got ball skills. But I really thought Stooks' coverage stuff wasn't anything special, like from the nickel. I thought he lacked anticipation. I thought when receivers would begin their breaks, he showed that, like, there's a reason he didn't run the 3-cone in the shuttle. Like, he's a stiffer athlete. Like, he's not this sticky man-to-man guy. And yeah, maybe you're projecting him into a safety, but again, that's a total projection. So I'm really not. Some people are gonna say, oh, Stooks was a late riser. This is a great pick. What an athlete. Look at the upside. I disagree. I don't like this at all for the Raiders. But we'll see how that ages. From Alec, is the Simpson pick against your philosophy when having a Hall of Fame QB at the end of his prime? I recall I was frustrated when the Packers took Love. You got the wrong guy, my friend. You got the wrong guy. That was one of the few Brian Gutekunst picks that I was running circles around the house about. So I loved Love as a prospect. I loved the idea of it's one even, and that was an even more exaggerated situation where the Packers needed help even more than the Rams need help. And I still liked it. So you got the wrong guy on that one. To be honest, and I think I broke this down last night. Like I actually agree with the process. Like Stafford has, I'm not gonna say he got lucky last year, but like heading into the year, he was like spending an hour in practice, like in the cryo truck. Like we didn't know if he was gonna be able to stay healthy, and that cryotherapy, whatever they did, worked to keep him healthy and win an MVP season. But yeah, man, I think it's good, especially for certain quarterback prospects, to bring them in, let them know the system so they're comfortable when they got to play. So I'm very much a believer in draft and sit and develop. I think the Vikings should have done that more with J.J. McCarthy. What's up?
You gotta move the Teddy cam.
Got to move the Teddy cam?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can too much. It's kind of already. Well, here, I can do it.
Can you just move back?
There we go. There you go, Ted.
Oh.
And now he moves. You're a real showman, Teddy. Tommy says, I get this question every year, and I think it's fascinating kind of draft theory talk, but the Browns pick is about to come in. We'll come back to you, Tommy. All right, Browns, let's see what you're going to do.
Austin, finally.
Wow, okay. So now I can take back everything I said about Casey Concepcion being a little bit redundant with their players. I said I would have taken Denzel Boston instead of Concepcion because I want to see some size in that wide receiver room. But this is really fun now. You've got you couldn't have two more different wide receivers in Cleveland now between Concepcion and Denzel Boston. But this is the idea of like, okay, if we got to go to Pittsburgh or we got to go to Baltimore in December and we need to run the ball, we need a run blocker, we need someone that can, make tough catches over the middle of the field in bad conditions, that's going to be Denzel Boston. And it just gives you that prototype X. And I think, Cedric Tillman at this point, I always believed in Cedric Tillman, but injuries and inconsistency, it's probably time. Not like he's had great quarterback play to live up to it. And I would maybe make some phone calls about Cedric Tillman because I'm still not quite ready to give up on what he's shown. But I think this is a steal at this point. I mean, Denzel Boston was the 20th player in this draft, in my opinion. One thing that doesn't get brought up enough with him is he ran his 3-cone in 6.75 or 8.5? I got it right in front of me. sorry, 6.80, right in the middle of those two numbers. A 6.80 three cone, one of the best in this draft. Those are agility testing scores. I mean, for him to do that at his size is pretty freaking crazy. And I think it's a testament to, like, he's got some wiggle. He's got some lighter feet that show up when he runs double moves, when he sets up dig routes. His hips are stiff. He can't really turn, but he's a better athlete than you think. And I think that's a phenomenal pick, a great pairing, and it's a great example of why we react to these picks on the first night, but teams can do stuff that makes me have to walk back some of the things I said. And that's going to be the case with criticizing going with the, speed Casey Concepcion early, because now you got both. And now the Chiefs take R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma. Okay. I think it's a reach. I do. Called the Felix Anudike-Uzomah pick a huge reach for the Chiefs when they made it. That's how I view our Mason Thomas. He's not bad. He's got, like, the twitch, the bend, the toughness. Like, there's stuff to like about him, but he's really small. And I think if you were going to take a undersized edge rusher, and by the way, all the Chiefs fans that were coming at me for telling me they wouldn't take this player, they wouldn't take that player, when I took Cassius Howell for them, who for me, Cassius Howell is a much better version of R. Mason Thomas, in my opinion, Chiefs fans were like, they would never take an undersized short arm edge rusher. They would never take a first round corner. Chiefs fans are losing. Chiefs fans in the comments are losing this year. I just want to call you guys out. You can send your apologies in the chat. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not salty. But yeah, I would have taken Cassius Howell. I had R. Mason Thomas as more of a third round guy. Some of the weaknesses I wrote down on him. I compare him to a guy like Uchenna Nwosu, who's just never really taken that leap as like a true impact player. But it's all just it really is just, you feel his size when you watch him play at 6'2", 240 pounds, 31.5-inch arms. He just gets physically overwhelmed when he goes against good competition. So I really worry that he's not going to hold up. And the reason I liked Cassius Howell, which these two guys are very, very similar, the reason I like Cassius Howell so much more is he's 250 compared to 240 on R. Mason Thomas. I feel like you felt the play strength with the Cassius Howell so much more, and that shows up in the swipes and the bull rush. So they get some juice to come in and rush the passer. He doesn't have to play early downs with the guys they have on the edge right now.
He has his Bengals.
Okay, Teddy's got his Bengals bandana on, but this is just early for me, man. I'm gonna put him on the Teddy cam. Teddy has his Bengals bandana.
They took Cassius Howell.
And there you go. Cassius Howell goes with the next pick. So this will be a very fun take of mine to track. I think the Chiefs got the wrong guy here. I think Cassius Howell is a much better version of what you're looking for here. Really a fully crafted, pro-ready pass rusher, in my opinion, in Cassius Howell. A guy that just really grew on me as the cycle went on. Because the first time I watched really both these guys, Howell and R. Mason Thomas, the first game or two, it was kind of like, okay, I kind of get the point. He's small, but he's quick, wins with a speed profile. But the more and more games I did on Cassius Howell, the more I liked him. And I didn't have that same experience as I continued to watch R. Mason Thomas. I just think Howell is a more dynamic, accomplished pass rusher that has more power, that has more moves, that has better quickness. And I think the Bengals got someone that I could have easily seen going in the first round. I really do believe that. So when you trade away Dexter Lawrence and still get this guy to add to your pass rush, it's pretty freaking awesome. Sorry, I just need to shut the highlights here. You're good. So this is a steal for me to get Cassius Howell, and to do it right after the Chiefs took R. Mason Thomas is pretty interesting. But here comes Christian Miller. We were getting so close, Green Bay. Christian Miller's gone. Damn. I can keep that certified steal right up there, though, for when the graphic updates. This is a great pick for the Saints. My number one defensive tackle in this draft class, the number 22 player on my big board, just looks the part, man. He's got the length, the size, the run defense ability that Georgia coaches, but he's got good feet. He's shown really good flashes as a pass rusher. Georgia's system doesn't always let these guys kind of pin their ears back and work on their pass rushing craft, but you can see it in moments with him. You can see the play there where the helmet pops off and he throws his head in there anyway to make a tackle. Like he has the right demeanor to pair with his traits. I'm excited for you Saints fans. It's a hell of a pick, and it fills a position that they certainly needed some help. I mean, they have a lot of kind of rotational pieces, but nobody that you can throw out there all 3 downs for the next 4 years and feel really good about it. So, hell of a pick there. All right, super chats here. So from Tommy, we got stalled from answering your question earlier. Would you prefer to pick the prospect with the higher floor or ceiling? So we get these kind of like draft strategy questions all the time. And this is a common one, and the cop-out answer is the correct answer in my opinion, and it really just has to be a balance of the high floor versus the high ceiling picks. That you need to have all of them in your drafting repertoire. You need to know when you should take, when you really need to fill a need, and when you can really properly identify that this guy can do this for us right now, even if he has some physical deficiencies or whatever. Sometimes you do have to take those guys. And then sometimes it's like, man, we're in a pretty good spot. This guy has a lot to work on, but he can do something that nobody else can. And if we can get everything up to speed, that's something we need on our team. And that goes all the way down through day 3 of the draft as well. I think your third round or your day 3 picks should be a blend of that kind of stuff, of guys that can step in, be immediate backups because injuries happen, be special teamers for you. You need those guys, but you also want to take some of those kind of like outlier, enigma type players that just have some weird quirks about them or were injury prone or, depending on the situation and how your team is built, sometimes it is like character red flag type of guys. But you have all these dudes that it's like they're available in day 3, not because they aren't a good player and not because of upside. It's because of something else, right? And you gotta have a nice balanced blend and know when to push what buttons. There's never a correct answer for in a vacuum. Is it better to take the high floor or better to take the high ceiling? There's no way to answer that question. It's just it has to be both, in my opinion. Because if you just always stick, to one side, you're either gonna always be the 22nd best team in the league, or you're going to be entirely like boom or bust all the time, and you're not going to hit on every risky pick you make. So you need that balance. From E-Glaze, been here since 2020. Shout out. 2020 is a long time ago. Appreciate all the great draft content over the years. Who do you want our Packers to be targeting tonight? So the guy that just went was my dream, was to get Christian Miller. At this point, I think Lee Hunter, and I would love to be the team that says, screw it, we're going to take Jermod McCoy, who is a top... he was number 6 on my big board before we got news that he's not going to be able to play this year because they need to clean up his knee again after he didn't play last year, coming off the ACL injury. It's basically the equivalent of like the Panthers taking the Texas running back that they took a couple years that was coming off the ACL injury and then ended up re-injuring it, and they didn't get him for 2 years. But anyway, Jermod McCoy, or I would like Lee Hunter for the Packers as well. I also would be pretty excited if they go against their typical size thresholds at cornerback, which is a reason they have cornerback problems, because they have the full spectrum of cornerbacks that's available. they say like you have to be in this exact bracket in terms of size and length, and it's just like you're never going to fill out a cornerback room consistently if you are so stubborn about it. Gannon came in from Arizona. He has consistently been totally cool with like undersized corners, Jonathan Gannon. So my hope is that they'll listen to the DC and go against their typical stubborn thresholds, because there's some guys like Keith Abney, D'Angelo Pons that could really play their system well. Avion Terrell is still there as well. There's some corners that would really be fun picks for the Packers too. So the board still looks pretty nice. I would say McCoy, Terrell, Abney, Lee Hunter, all would be guys I'm still excited to maybe get for the Packers. And maybe even Jacob Rodriguez if he's there. I mean,
he's not. He just got drafted.
He just got drafted to the Dolphins. Okay. Congrats, Dolphins fans. Let's go. We've had 3 straight certified steals here in the second round. To get Jacob Rodriguez with the 43rd pick in the draft, I think you get a day one difference-making linebacker. I describe Jacob Rodriguez as like, if you're just checking boxes with his linebacker evaluation, you're going to say he's got okay size, pretty good athlete, pretty good run defender, pretty good coverage player. Like everything is, I would say, a day 2 linebacker prospect. And a guy that has a lot of experience, that racked up the stat sheet. Someone you can say, well, let's drop him into the linebacker room. Like probably something like Demetrius Knight was last year for the Bengals. However, he has something that is really rare for linebackers, and that is instincts. Like he just has that knack for the peanut punch, which you just saw in that highlight right there. He's really good at reading the quarterback's eyes. He understands how defenses are trying to attack him. There's plays like that where he knows, the film study shows like he knows based on a check or a formation or a situation, he knows what the opponent's going to run and he'll jump stuff. That's why I compare him to Darius Leonard, because Darius Leonard, and it's not a perfect comp in terms of physical size and length and all that stuff, but the same idea where I never thought Darius Leonard, who made all pro teams, I never thought Darius Leonard was a great run defender or a great coverage defender. I thought he was just okay at both. But his ability to force turnovers and make impactful plays was different. And you feel that when you watch Jacob Rodriguez. So to get that player in the second round, I think is phenomenal. I absolutely, like, there's been situations where I would take him 19th to the Panthers, 20th to the Cowboys. This is a player that I think the NFL overthought. So to pair him as well with Jordan Brooks, I mean, I just need to close the highlights here. Okay. I mean, that's an incredibly fun linebacker duo to pair him with Jordan Brooks.
So the Lions just traded up for this pick.
The Lions traded up. Oh, my God. They're going to take Jermod McCoy. He's absolutely a Lions pick.
No, Derek Moore.
Oh, they got Derek Moore. I have to ring the bell. But I have to... Dude, the NFC North drafts are annoying me right now. I have to ring the bell because Derek Moore was like 100th on the consensus board. Like 100th. We're ringing the bell. I'm happy about it as a draft analyst, but the Packers fan in me is not happy. Derek Moore, for me, I have consistently banged the drum for as a top 50 player in this draft. I think he's awesome. I think he's got really good power. He's got the run defense that you expect from a Michigan defensive end. I know it's, scout the helmet, but they coach it that way at that school for a reason. I had Derek Moore just above TJ Parker for me. I think he is a more consistent winner as a pass rusher. He has the bull rush. He reminds me so much of Derek Hall, who turned into a really good number 2 edge. And that's what Detroit needs, man, is a number 2 edge close to home. Shout out the NFL Stock Exchange boys, low moving costs, right? It's just a perfect pick. It's a value in my opinion. Some people will call it a reach because I was a little bit alone. I know I wasn't fully alone. There were some other Derek Moore fans out there, but to me, this is what I would consider a value, and the fit couldn't be perfect. It's been a couple of years. Detroit's been kind of looking for that complement to Aiden Hutchinson. And here we go. They go back to the Michigan well again, where they had success with Aiden Hutchinson, and they get Derek Moore, who's just going to be a nuisance opposite of Hutchinson. So, outstanding pick, in my opinion, for Detroit. And my tone has shifted because I'm annoyed.
And they gave away a 4th-round pick to the Jets for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I would do that every day of the week, every single day of the week. So I can't say certified steal necessarily. He was ultimately 46th on my big board. He goes 44th, so it's not a certified steal, but it's a love it pick. That's a phenomenal move for Detroit. And I see a drop off at edge at this point. That's the last remaining, like, in my opinion. Well, Zion Young is actually still here. I forgot about that. Teams might be more worried about Zion Young's off-field stuff than we are aware of at this point in time. He got pulled over for a DUI in December. He got kicked out of Michigan State over a aggravated assault charge that he pled guilty to. So there's stuff there that you can understand why he's falling. But after Zion Young, I'm into the 3rd round now with my own grades. Also, like, not to victory lap on a guy not going as high as he was probably hoping for, but Gabe Akis still hasn't been drafted. I'm sure he'll come off the board here pretty soon, but I had pretty much all these guys that are going, whether it's Howell or Moore, over Akis, and even R. Mason Thomas I had over Akis. So, just saying. So this is a small little win for the TFG analysis on the channel. But where do we leave off on Super Chats? From not Chris Bosch. Are we sure it's not Chris Bosch? Is this actually Chris Bosch? He was a power forward for the Heat back in the day. Anyway,
Who are you telling?
I'm telling you because you're probably looking at me like, what is he talking about? But praying Jacob Rodriguez makes it to Pittsburgh. Sorry, Chris. No Jacob Rodriguez for you. But thank you for the super chat. Tall Relativity says, Marcus, please help me. On what earth in this universe is Stribling and an extra 4th better than Cooper Jr.? I'm going to crash the F out. Yeah, I mean, I tried to lighten the blow on the Stribling pick a little bit. But it's tough, man. The Niners just are the kind of remaining front office that's kind of like the Raiders with Gruden, the Seahawks when they went off the rails a little bit. Like, they just beat to their own drum. And that typically, it's a volatile way to draft. If you are just ignoring consensus to that capacity, it's dangerous, man. Like, these consensus rankings have gotten so good with the draft complex the way that it is. You're asking a bunch of people that know ball and taking the average of how they saw it, hundreds of people, it's going to come pretty close to at least a general idea. And when you consistently go against it, I think it's okay to, like, if you occasionally kind of bang the drum and you're like, this is the time we're going to go against consensus. But if your actual, like, fundamental draft plan, the way your strategy from January all the way through is like, we don't really care what anybody else thinks. We have our board and we're going to draft to our board. That's dangerous. You're going to miss out on a lot of potential value when you do it that way consistently. And by the way, the Ravens are bummed that Detroit just came up to take Derek Moore. And it would be pretty fitting if they took Gabe Akis here because he actually reminds me a little bit of Adisa Isaac when he came out a couple years ago, who, again, a lot of people liked Adisa Isaac, and I was like, I don't know, I think he's an edge 3 in the NFL. But we'll see what they do.
Can you put a reminder or say a reminder for people not to spoil?
Yes, please, guys, do not spoil picks. Nobody thinks it's cool. Nobody is impressed that you spoiled the pick. It's just annoying to a lot of people. So please do not do that. We'd all appreciate it. So here is the Ravens pick. Maybe. Yeah, while we're waiting for the pick to come in, if you guys could please like the stream, make sure you're subscribed. I thought I had my subscriber goal thing working, but help me reach the goal to get to 115K subs by tonight. We're only like 400 short, so there's got to be, we got 2,000 people watching this live. We got another handful of people on Twitter that might not be subscribed. Zion Young. Okay, so the Ravens, last year they took the edge rusher that fell in the second round because of the Mike Green situation, which we don't need to go back down that path. I've been very straight with everybody about how I felt about that. Zion Young has done some stuff in his past year, but he's a heck of a football player, and I hope that everything is kind of behind him. All the reports at Missouri since he pled guilty to it. I think it was I have it in my notes here once. Actually, I've got it right here. I think it was a misdemeanor, because not all off-field incidents are created equal.
It's over here.
I think he pled guilty to a misdemeanor, and I'm obviously not saying any of this stuff is okay, but it's all in context for drafting football players and drafting young men. But misdemeanor aggravated assault in 2023, which likely led to his departure from Michigan State. So 2 years later, a lot of people kind of swear by what he did for the Missouri program. He was a team captain. But as soon as the season ended, he got pulled over for a suspicion of a DUI, which is still a pending case. So there's no doubt that there is stuff. And there's no doubt that the Ravens are willing to be the team that takes these guys. They've kind of just gone down that path at this point, and they're like, we'll have a pass rush whether we got to sell our soul to the devil or not. But I do like Zion Young, the player, a lot. And I like him especially with, like, off-field stuff aside. Mike Green played horrible last year. He's small. He was probably the worst run-defending edge rusher in the league last year. And if there's hope for Mike Green, it's probably, at least this year, to be kind of a pass rush specialist type. Zion Young is a big, 265-pound, smashing edge defender. He is a phenomenal run defender. And he's got power. He's got a swim move that plays. He's the definition to me of a number 2 stud. I compare him to Carl Granderson, who's been a really underrated player. Some people might hear that name and maybe not think much of it. But Saints fans know that you would take Carl Granderson for what he's been with the 50th pick in the draft every day of the week. There's ways to get Zion Young on the field with Mike Green and Trey Hendrickson as well. And honestly, now that I bring up Trey Hendrickson, it's not just Mike Green that has run defense questions. Trey Hendrickson, as great of a pass rusher as he is, a main reason he doesn't often get brought up with the top 5 names in the league is Trey Hendrickson is not a great run defender. So if you need a player in this draft to drop into that edge room, Zion Young is perfect. I would say that is a certified steal, which I don't think made it up on the screen, but certified steal grade for Zion Young to the Ravens. So it looks like the Bucs maybe traded up to get Josiah Trotter. Did that happen?
Let me double check.
Well, that's what you have typed on the graphic. Is Josiah Trotter to the Bucs?
The Bucs, yes.
Yeah.
Josiah Trotter, but I don't think they traded up. They were there.
They were there.
Yeah, Steelers traded up after them.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right, so the Bucs get their linebacker after they got Reuben Bain last night. That's a great pick as well. It's it's right in line with like where I anticipated a lot of these day 2 linebackers going. And yeah, Trotter, son of Jeremiah Trotter, like he's big, hits, really good block shedding ability. I think he has the best ability to just get off blocks in this. Well, maybe CJ Allen, who's still there. I wouldn't be surprised because there's probably going to be some people wondering why CJ Allen hasn't been drafted yet. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some medical stuff with CJ Allen. His knee was bugging him at the end of the year, and the clips of him at his pro day, he was kind of laboring around a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some medical red flags on CJ Allen. And I know the Bucs have tried to get away from being a team that rolls the dice on medical stuff. But it's also possible they just liked Josiah Trotter better. Like CJ Allen and Trotter are very similar in the sense of they're run defense oriented guys that haven't really done much in coverage to this point. Trotter's a stiffer athlete. He's a north and south guy, but an excellent run defender. And like I said, I love the way he gets around blocks because he does have the length and the power to take on blocks in a way that CJ Allen doesn't have the length. But he's also got pretty light feet. Like he has instincts to dance around blocks. He's a great blitzer, which that's another reason maybe the Bucs actually just liked Trotter better. I don't want to just assume that it's medicals on CJ Allen, who might get drafted here pretty soon. CJ Allen wasn't a very good blitzer. Josiah Trotter, as you're seeing here, he's got a swim move. He can blow up backs. He's absolutely a Todd Bowles running back. So I think linebacker. I think this is a really good pick to follow up from Ruben Bain. And with Levante David leaving and that linebacker room being as bad as it's been, I think getting Trotter, Bucs fans should be, if you can't get Rodriguez, I think you're totally cool with this one here. And then we have
Jeremy Bernard.
Jeremy, let's go.
Steelers did trade up for this.
Steelers trade up and get Jeremy. I love Jeremy Bernard. Sam Monson and Steve Palazzolo do a video every year. And I'm going to call this one a certified steal, but they do a video every year where they ask draft analysts who their favorite player in the draft is, and my answer for that was actually Jeremy Bernard. So he is, on the record, I have said this is my favorite player in the draft. I think he's just incredibly slept on, dude. I think he is going to be one of the better true wide receiver twos in the league. Maybe not like you take some of those, like George Pickens is not a true wide receiver two. Devontae Adams is not a true wide receiver two. Those are wide receiver ones that get to be the team's number two. But, just a guy that is never going to ascend to the point where you're happy with him being the best wide receiver on your team. But just short of that, Jeremy Bernard is perfect. He is, to me, the perfect blend of like an Adam Thielen and a Juwan Jennings, where you have a guy that can win over the middle of the field, short to intermediate, decent route runner, catches everything, is able to kind of like see through the matrix when the ball is in the air. He wins tough catches through traffic at the sideline. He's got like really good right there. You saw it, the body control, the toe tapping ability. And then you bring in the Juwan Jennings aspect of things. You'll see some run after catch here. Juwan Jennings is known for two things, really. Shiftiness, underrated ability after the catch, and run blocking. And you get both of those with you. Middle of the second round here. The Steelers' offense now, I'm excited. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to watch this draft and say, you know what? I'll come back, man. I will try to do this again. Hopefully our defense gets better. We got Mike McCarthy. I've got 3 wide receivers to throw the ball to now because they got Michael Pittman. They got Jeremy Bernard here. You've got another offensive lineman there with Maxi Honachor. I think this is a good opportunity for Aaron Rodgers to come back and play even better than he did last year, and for the Steelers maybe to get better from where they were last year. So love this for Pittsburgh.
And then the trade details, it looks like they obviously traded up to get 47. And they traded away a 4th and a 7th round pick.
All right, 4th and a 7th to come up. Yeah, I'll do that every day of the week. So Jermod McCoy is still there, you guys. Avion Terrell is still there. I'm starting to think about my Packers coming up with some really exciting options, which typically means I'm going to be very disappointed with who they draft. But the Falcons are up at 48. They have an opportunity to do something really cool and take in maybe the biggest need on their roster, the brother of one of their best players. They could take Avion Terrell, who is an absolute steal. I think Falcons fans might have this new regime and Matt Ryan. They might It might be outside the front office, with picket fences if they don't take Avion Terrell here, because not only is it cool to pair your brother with the brother there, but he's like exactly what they need, man. A versatile corner like that fits their system, that can play inside and out. He could be your slot. He can be your outside. I would be stunned. This would remind me of when my Packers did not take TJ Watt, honestly, if they don't do this. So I'm penciling it in. I'm spoiling the pick out of my own mind, out of no sources or anything. But this has to be Avion Terrell. If with what this front office has put this fan base through, if you don't take Avion Terrell here, that's just a lack of awareness, in my opinion. I don't think there's another choice for this team. Also, I said they'd be outside with picket fences. That's a good TFG-ism. We need in the TFG Discord. If any of the TFG Discord mods, or just members in the TFG Discord, which, by the way, in the description below, you can get that Discord link if you want to join the TFG community there. But we need a chat in the TFG Discord with my TFG-isms, so we can keep track of all the stupid things that I say, like fits like a glove, or
no, that's right.
That's actually right. What do I say? Works like a glove. Breathing down his throat. I had another one last night.
Pull my eyes out.
Pulling my eyes out. We've got some good ones for the TFG-isms. All right, Falcons, let's see it. Don't screw this up. You're good. Don't screw this up, Falcons.
Terrell.
All right. Yeah, that would have been... That was the easiest pick the Falcons have ever made. And I love it, man. That's a great pick. Everyone was freaking out because he ran a 4.64 at his pro day, which was not legit. He pulled up with a hamstring. You need some water? Yeah. He plays faster than that, man. He does. I'll play the reels here. You can see that he is... Okay, maybe he doesn't have 4.4 flat speed, but at no point do you watch Avion Terrell, in my opinion, you're like, oh, he's not fast enough. He's quick as hell. He's got the reactive quickness that you look for at this position. The second someone, you want a cornerback that processes information quickly. So whether it's a route break or a route combination that's playing out in front of him, or finding the football, or a screen plays out in front of you, you want him to be able to see the run quickly. He's got a quick mental processor. It's honestly maybe the most important trait at cornerback, just like we talk about. Well, I can't say behind, it's an athletic-based position, but other than the athletic traits, I think just how quickly you process information and relay that to your body. Like, I would love to get S2 test scores for cornerbacks like we do for quarterbacks, which it's literally like a Guitar Hero type simulator that they put these players through, and they send shapes at them through a VR mask and just have them try to quickly relay back to a controller like 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's like, how quickly are you seeing information, and how quickly can you send that message through your nervous system? Like, that's what you want a cornerback, and he is elite at that right there. So I think they got a great player. They filled their biggest need. This secondary is sick, dude. Like, this is such a fun secondary. You got the Terrell brothers, you have Jesse Bates, and they stole oh my gosh. I hate when it's like one of my favorite players and I have a brain fart with their name, because it's like, do I really like that player if I can't think of his damn name? Xavier Watts, who we loved last year. Like, that's a sick secondary. So good on Atlanta. Hell of a pick. That's a really fun one. That's probably my favorite pick of the night so far.
Vikings just traded their pick to the Carolina Panthers.
All right. The Panthers are getting back in the mix here. I forgot to grab the Panthers sombrero.
I'll get it. Also, you said eating somebody's lunch money instead of taking
eating someone's lunch money. Let's go. I'm excited to look in the Discord. We need like a clean in the chats. We need one that like doesn't have clutter. that is just a list of my TFG-isms because that's so good. Eating someone's lunch money. Yep. Everyone's got their quirks, and for me, it's typos and messing up cliches. All right, we got some super chats to catch up on. You guys are so generous. Thank you so much. I gotta keep scrolling. Like we got a $25 super chat in there from Adrian. Best of wishes to me and the wife and the baby. Hope Teddy's doing better. Worst part of any round one is wanting to join your stream live, but my friends and I have a traditional watch party night 2 and 3. So have fun with your friends. The Panthers came up and stole one of the guys I wanted the Packers to get in Lee Hunter.
Are you mad though? They're your second favorite team.
They are. They are my second favorite team. It's a great pick. Lee Hunter's a beast, man. I will say, I don't think the Panthers are like filling immediate needs necessarily. Like, this isn't the type of defensive lineman that the Panthers really need. Like, they have run stuffers. But I guess they're thinking, like, good luck running the football. We're going to come out in a base 3-4, and we're going to stick Derek Brown, Lee Hunter, and Bobby Brown Jr. out there and just say, have fun with that. Like, good freaking luck. Like, those are 3 maniacs against the run. I do think it's from a value perspective. Like, I had Lee Hunter a decent bit higher than this, 39. So come up and get him at the end of the 40s. It's a good value, but he's just, it's hard to find full-size run defenders that play like him. And it's not like he can't do anything as a pass rusher because he's got those light feet. He's kind of got that like BJ Raji, Vince Wilfork, Tim Settle. I'm a sucker for these types of top-heavy D tackles that it's not always pretty. They can get top-heavy at times. They're not always, the most explosive because it's just impossible to get up and move when you don't have a ton of power in your lower legs. Look at this screen. Like, look at this dude's proportions. They are hilarious, but it works for him because he's got just ridiculous strength in his upper body. So he's got a decent amount of like he'll give you a little bit on pass rush downs because he can knock you back, and he's got those light feet so he can kind of get off blocks a little bit. So he's not like useless on third downs in the way that I kind of thought Caden McDonald was. And that's why I ultimately had McDonald lower than Lee Hunter for that reason. Cause I think Hunter is close to McDonald as a run defender, but gives you a little bit more pass rushing ability. And this play right here is, I think, got him drafted about 10 spots higher against Oregon. One of the most dominant reps I saw on tape from anybody this year. So yeah, really, really good move to come up and get him. I was hoping my Packers were going to get him in about 3 picks. So we're going to go through some super chats. Oh, we got a $200 super chat? Sam. Thank you so much, Sam. Incredibly generous. That gets a soundbite. MVP. John Cena. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. Thank you, Sam. He says, here's a date night for you and the wife when the draft wraps up. Thank you for the fantastic coverage. So much appreciated. Thank you so much. We will go and get a nice, what are we feeling? Steak dinner. I mean, Minneapolis has got us covered with all the good steaks and all the great restaurants. So it'll go to a good meal for the two of us. Thank you so much, Sam. I do want to say the Jets would be a team that would make a ton of sense for Jermod McCoy, where, they are clearly building up maybe for next year a little bit. I mean, yes and no. Yes and no, because part of the reasoning that we heard for them going David Bailey over Reese is that Aaron Glenn, feels like he's on the hot seat and can't sit around for a developmental player like Reese. So maybe they wouldn't make sense for McCoy in that sense. But if you're removing the Aaron Glenn hot seat of it all. Like, for the Jets to get Jermod McCoy for the next year would make sense. But at this point, I'm kind of praying that McCoy can be the pick for the Packers. And even though we didn't have a first-round pick this year, it's like you're still walking out of the draft with one of the 10 best players in the draft. You just got to wait another year. But we'll see. We'll see what they want to do. Got some more Super Chats, though. So, by the way, I never read the official Josh Bell's comment, so sorry for that. He said, I'd like to clarify that I am not Josh Bell of the Minnesota Twins. However, if they'd like to sign me, I'll consider it. Josh Bell. Love the bit. I love the bit. All right, Curtis Martin's about to announce the Jets pick. Let's see what they do.
He's doing a little intro speech here.
Okay.
Okay, he's going.
D'Angelo Pons. That's a fun pick. D'Angelo Pons is kind of a hilarious cornerback. 5'8.5", 5'9" on a good day. 5'8" on a bad day. But kind of a do-it-all corner. The analysis on him is fairly similar to what I said about Marcus Jones when he came out of Houston. It's just bigger spotlight on D'Angelo Pons. D'Angelo Pons got to play in the biggest of spotlight. You're going to see him covering Jeremiah Smith. Physical coverage. Like, he went up against Denzel Boston. Like, he got to prove it against legit opposing, like, NFL players that, like, Marcus Jones didn't. But the thing with Marcus Jones was, like, all right, he's tiny, right? He's 5'8.5", but he's fast, he's quick. And if you put him in the body of, you know, Mansour Delane or Jermod McCoy, like, you're talking about the number one pick in the draft. Because his technique is sound, he's got zone coverage, he's physical, he's scrappy. But a big reason he has those traits is because he's had to develop those traits because he can't make up for it with his physical tools. Now, he is fast. He has good recovery. But, yeah, I think you drop him into the Jets secondary and say, we'll figure out where he's going to go. It could be outside. It could be inside. So with, I know I brought up Marcus Jones with Pons, but one of the players of three that I did write down as pro comps for him is Amik Robertson, who Aaron Glenn had in Detroit. Another 5'9", frisky bump and run corner. I said that Pons is a blend of Marcus Jones, Kobe Durant, and Amik Robertson because he can do all of the different coverages you want to ask him to do. So definitely understand why Aaron Glenn likes him. And I really do. I do really like the fit. I will just say, like, I do think a player like that is inevitably going to have some physical limitations. And I don't think I don't want to just say love it on every single pick because I still want to rein it in and, like, allow for that scaling system of really highlighting the picks that are that I think are stealing value, at value, like unbelievable picks. So just so we're not overhyping up everything.
Make a grade because we're moving on.
I did. I put like it on there.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
But still a pick that I like in D'Angelo Pons. And then Vikings have a chance to steal the one player I really want at this point, and that's Jermod McCoy, which would just be the most... I don't know if you can take Caleb Banks and Jermod McCoy, but... Jake Golday. Wow, Jake Golday with Brian Flores is going to be so fun. All right, that's a great pick. So Golday ended up, for me, didn't quite crack the top 50, but he's got to be... he's got to be right on that top 50 available list. He's got to be in there, in that cluster. I don't see... Why can't I see him on the list here? Did I screw this up? Did I have him too low? Oh, it's this list. I put the wrong one up. Yeah, so he was the 21st best player still available here on day 2, and he was the 52nd player on my board. So you get him at 51. So the value lines up. I love this as a fit. Jay Golday is like the weirdest player to watch because he played a lot of slot corner for Cincinnati, but you kind of watch him and you're like, I think this is going to work, even though he didn't really play a lot of real linebacker. Like, there's definitely stuff to learn in terms of run diagnostics, block take-on ability, all of it. But putting him in a Brian Flores defense where he'll probably, I mean, there are moments of some like Andrew Van Ginkel type of stuff where you can put him on the edge. You'll see it right there. Like, he's got a decent pass rush. I wouldn't be surprised if Flores sees him as a certain package defender where he'll play on the edge, but as a primary linebacker for him. But he's going to be a guy that you kind of got to know where he is because he's so disruptive when he's in the slot. He just detonates wide receivers and tight ends, and it's just a really fun fit. And him and Caleb Banks, like, you're giving Brian Flores some pretty fun toys to play around with, and I think everybody would agree. You give unique skill sets to Brian Flores, that's usually when things really click for them. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do with these different pieces.
A lot of the chat is wondering why they didn't pick EMW here.
Yeah, I forgot Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is still there. You know, I think Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is a really good safety prospect. I don't really see him as tremendous in either category personally. I think he's got really good instincts to take the ball away, which I like that. That's his biggest selling point. But I see a guy that he's 6'3", he's 205 pounds, 206 pounds, but he's not 6'3", 218. He's not like, this big box strong safety. And you see that when he takes on blocks around the line of scrimmage, he doesn't have like this crazy play strength for a safety. He's just solid play strength. And then on the back end, again, I loved his zone IQ. I loved his instincts, but he's not that great of an athlete. He's pretty fluid for a big guy, but, he's decently fast. So, it's a safety position that a lot of teams just devalue. And I understand why, like, I can understand how you arrive at, Golday just does something that's really unique. Brian Flores loves the guy, and he's got a plan to use him in all these different ways that's just going to be more impactful than, sticking him back in the Cam Bynum role or whatever. So I get it. I mean, they were both good options for the Vikes, but I'm excited. I think Golday's a higher upside player, honestly, in that defense specifically. And without the Brian Flores equation, I'd probably not say that, but it's a unique fit that I love. So the Packers are coming up. I think for me at this point, if I look at our best available players, I think Jermon McCoy would be the very exciting pick. I would be cool with Emmanuel Pregnon. Let's just get guard help. Maybe Jennings Dunker. And then the other guy would be Keith Abney. I don't know if they would take Keith Abney because he's short. CJ Allen I could maybe stomach. But okay, go for it. All right, here we go, guys. I'm going to put the audio on for this one. There, I just want some.
Pleasure to make this second-round pick on behalf of Ed Policy, Brian Gutekunst, Matt LaFleur,
Oh, it's John Kuhn.
Packer fans across the world.
John Kuhn, baby. Kuhn. Oh, I'm nervous.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cisse, defensive back, South
All right.
Carolina.
All right. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. I can go to bed feeling all right with that. He's their type. He's got the length. I mean, I think this is a case that it's worth at least saying that classic case of the Packers actually had a better corner that would have been a great scheme fit that I think will be a better, if they go to the right schemes, Keith Abney, I think, would be a better player for the Packers right now than Brandon Cisse. But they see a 6-foot corner on the board and they can't help themselves. So it's worth calling out like their threshold strike again. But I do like Brandon Cisse. He was to me like right in this kind of late second, early third round range. So I'll take this is a like it pick. It's not a love it pick, but they didn't blow this thing. Cisse is for a longer corner. I don't, he tested off the charts, right? Like they're going to look at the RAS score and freak out. For me, I don't see the crazy hips, feet, acceleration. I think he had like a 40-something inch vertical jump, if my memory serves me right. 41-inch vertical jump, 131-inch broad jump, which it's great to know those things are in there, especially if you're going to get them playing more off zone, because you could really trigger downhill on some stuff if that burst is in there. But I saw more of a stiffer, bigger press man corner that played some off as he's going to do here on this clip right here. I do think he has the ability to process things quickly. We were talking about that with Avion Terrell, the ability to process information as a receiver begins his break, as he stops on a hitch route, as he breaks inside. If you're playing off coverage, he can do it. I do believe it. I didn't see on tape the true click and close ability, but they didn't ask him to do it a ton. So I agree with going corner, especially with the DTs that have come off the board. I was really hoping that any of those guys that just went, whether it was McDonald or Hunter or Christian Miller, would have made it to him. But I think if we went down that list of guys that I want, we would have gotten to Brandon Cisse pretty quickly in terms of other names. So I'm cool with it. The Packers have made a lot of picks that I'm just like, gross. I'm not saying gross on this one. I think it's a nice double into the gap on that one. Pat McAfee's announcing the Colts.
He is absolutely on one right now.
Is he?
Yes. Oh my God, McAfee, just get on with it. CJ Allen.
Oh, there you go. Great pick for the Colts. Colts fans got a good one. I don't think, Colts fans probably didn't anticipate that CJ Allen was going to make it to them. That's great. I mean, linebacker was a colossal need for this team. And CJ Allen, I don't think CJ Allen is ever going to be a superstar in the NFL. I don't. He's a little bit smaller. I don't think he's that fast. He's got quick feet. He's got good hips, good change of direction. See like this massive enforcer in the run game, but I do think he is an enforcer in the run game. He just doesn't bring the typical size that you see. Watch the more I think you realize and appreciate like how effing strong this, like look at that play right there. Perfect timing. How effing strong this guy profile. He's one of the most like pound for pound strong players in this draft. And I think he's just kind of a plug and play run defender that they swear by his leadership traits. And he was a green dot defender at a young age. Like pretty easy to like, to love this pick, frankly, for the Colts for where they're picking. So I'm going to say I love that for Indy. Let's take a look at Super Chats here because I'm sure we got some to catch up on. Turn Teddy. There we go. He's like, all right. We did just get a $50 Super Chat from Braden. As a Colts fan, I'm okay with this. Wish for better coverage, IMO. Yep, I'm with you. I don't think he's ever going to be a superstar, but as far as rookie linebackers go, it's hard to find guys that it's like, yep, when you have a need, especially like the Colts have like nobody, and they do have Akeem Davis-Gaither next to him who's more of a rangy, undersized like complement to him. So I think as a compliment to Davis-Gaither, it's kind of nice. But it's hard to find a young rookie that it's like, yeah, we can drop him in day one, and I don't think he's going to get lost out there. And then the Eagles take Eli Stowers. So back-to-back weapons for the Eagles, and he's been someone I think I've made this mock draft pick before for them. They're making the move to a Shanahan-style offense. They're going to be in 12 personnel a lot more. They took a Shanahan-style wide receiver in Mekhi Lemon earlier, and now they get the perfect wing tight end / slot wide receiver complement to Dallas Goedert, who's still there. Eli Stowers is not a tight end, in my opinion. He is an F tight end. Play him on the wing, get him in motion as a move tight end. But for me, he's a big slot and a 12 personnel tight end. He's at no point, I think, will Eli Stowers be someone that is your number one tight end and you're cool with it. But in a Shanahan-style offense, that's what Brock Bowers' role is. It is. We might say he's their best tight end, but he is, by definition, not their, on the depth chart, starting wide tight end. And that's what Eli Stowers' role is going to be here. So you now have, really, really good fits for this offense. And now I will say, and I love this, I think it's exactly a piece that they could have used in this. I think as a value, it's where I think I'm cool with Eli Stowers. He's a great playmaker, really good athleticism for a tight end. My take was like, why not just lose 10 pounds, be an actual wide receiver, be a little bit faster, run even better routes, and make double the money in your career? Because he tries as a blocker, but he's just not practical. He plays at about 235, 238 pounds. But now there's a lot of pressure on Jalen Hurts. I will be honest, man. There's all this noise, not extending a contract, locker room stuff, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, all right, we're putting you in the modern meta Shanahan-style offense. We're giving you Mekhi Lemon, who's built to play over the middle of the field. Here's your number 2 tight end and Eli Stowers. Let's see it, Jalen Hurts. I'm going in with an open mind, you guys. But if they make this dramatic scheme change that's built around attacking the middle of the field, and he's doing what Russell Wilson did when he came over to Denver, for example, it's not going to look pretty. So we'll see what it looks like there. All right, just give us a quick commercial break here. Be right back. There. Sorry, it's blah. There we go. All right, we're back. The Patriots have traded up. Teddy has perked up now that there's some cheese in the room. Teddy's a big fan of cheese. Are you sure you're not a Packers fan? Are you a cheesehead? But got some super chats. So a couple of you, Alex and Nathan, saying thoughts on the Jayden Reed extension. Honestly, I had to look it up because I didn't see it happen. Probably happened at some point before the draft, I would assume. But 3 years, $50 million for Jayden Reed? I will absolutely take that for the Packers. Pay him before this year. I'm sure some people were crying overpay because the Packers distribute the ball and none of these guys really get massive production. But look, Wan'Dale Robinson got $20 million a year. A lot of other free agents got a lot more money than Jayden Reed just got that are not as good of players as Jayden Reed. That's $15.5 million a year in this market for Jayden Reed, who's awesome after the catch. He's a great number 2. He can get down the field. I love that for the Packers. I think there's a chance that he plays great this year and looks at his agent like, why did we sign that deal? We could have hit the market and made like $24 million. So love it for the Packers taking care of business. Got to stay healthy. Let's miss some time for sure. Maybe that's baked into it. But Braden says, as a Colts fan, the Texans make me cry because they got Caden McProctor or Caden McProctor. I think we screwed that up, right? Or yeah, Caden McDonald. I'm all over the place. I was getting Caden Proctor and Caden McPounder, and I combined those two together. And Gabe Akis is off the board to the Patriots. So this is a range with Gabe Akis that I'm more cool with. You know, when we were talking about him top of the second round or even first round, I was like, I don't know, man. But I think Gabe Akis is a really nice, probably third edge in the NFL in like a Kingsley Enagbari type of way. A guy that's going to be a really good run defender and an okay pass rusher, someone that can play 25 snaps a game, keep the rotation moving, just an easy kind of utility edge that's good across the board. He's got size, he's got strength, he's got a bunch of pass rush moves, but I didn't think he was really dominant with any of them. Really high character guy, former wrestler. Like, the floor is really high with this player. So, and he was at this stage my best edge player available. So, and it gets pretty ugly after that. So, I think at this point, this is probably a range where I can say I like it on Gabe Akis. Outside the top 50, I'm cool with it. So, from a value perspective, so nice pick for the Patriots. So some super chats here from Soskinator. I hope Cincy picks nothing but defense. Good Lord. Yeah, I think Cincy's defense is quietly like getting kind of nice. Like, I think they could still find a safety here in this draft. Now, I don't hate Jordan Battle. I like Jordan Battle coming out. I think you can survive with Jordan Battle as your number 2 safety, but I mean, that D-line is starting to look pretty freaking nice, man, after you drop Cassius Howell into it. You're like 4 deep on the edge. You have Dexter Lawrence, Jonathan Allen, BJ Hill, TJ Slayton, and Chris Jenkins at DT. Like, okay. Like, we're 9 deep on the D-line. You got a couple of young linebackers, so I'd like to get better there. Wow. Nate Borkircher? I did not expect that.
Sorry, it's going to take me forever to type that last name.
Whoa. Hey, the last time I said the Jags reached on a late 50s tight end, I was wrong. Brenton Strange. Jags fans are watching this like, you were wrong about Brenton Strange. I don't want your opinion anymore on tight ends. And I was wrong about Brenton Strange. He turned into a really nice underrated player that I feel like I'm higher on than most at this point. But I will be honest. I'm just going to tell you how I see it. I liked Nate Borkircher for what he is. I had a 5th to a 6th round grade on Nate Borkircher. He's a 6'4", 6th year. So he's 24 years old. He hasn't filled out his frame. Kind of run block oriented tight end. I think that skill set works next to Cole Strange as a tight end too. But in a really deep tight end class, I don't get it. He ran a 4.79 at his pro day, and I don't think he's particularly fast on tape. I think he's... So I compared him to Charlie Warner. I think he's Charlie Warner. He's a lighter, kind of blocking-oriented tight end, and I like Charlie Warner. I'm not taking Charlie Warner with a second-round pick when I didn't have a first-round pick. Now that skill set plays with Cole Strange, but you just simply did not have to do that here. And if you didn't, there's other guys in this draft that honestly can do that and probably do it better. Like, okay, Oscar Delp, Max Clare, Will Kastmerick, Sam Roush. Like, that's 4 guys that I would have felt much better about. I have to be honest. Like, I know this is PTSD, man. I had very similar. Like, I thought Cole Strange was a day 3 guy. They took him in like this exact same spot. And I was like, they just took, who's my comp on him? Rodgers, the old Packers tight end. And look, it worked out, but that was a different regime, different front office, different coaching staff. Jags fans have been mad at me recently because of some of my takes have been, just kind of how things ebb and flow. Yeah, that one's a head scratcher. I want to kind of look at the chat and see what people are saying about this one.
So a bunch of people, just FYI, are saying Greenard to the Eagles.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. And that was something...
2 third round.
For 2 third-round picks. So the Vikings are going to get a pair of third-round picks, and the Eagles get Jonathan Greenard. All right. That was a move I made, and, that's a ring the bell moment, you guys. Ring the bell. I did that in one of my second-round mock drafts. I traded a second-rounder for Jonathan Greenard. In this case, it's 2/3 for Greenard, but I love that for the Eagles. And I'm excited to see what Dallas Turner is going to do this year, man. Dallas Turner really turned it on last year, and I get it for the Vikes. I mean, that's a loss, but I think they're going to be okay. You still have Van Ginkel and Greenard, and Dallas Turner, and I actually do think we could see a decent amount of Golday off the edge too. Golday is 6'4", 238. Like, he could absolutely play off the edge. And did so at Cincinnati. So, not as a starting edge, but as a part of the rotation. So, very interesting. All right, let's try and catch up on some super chats here. It's tough to figure out where I left off. You guys are so great with these. All right, I think I found where we are. Yep. So, how would I feel about the Packers trading for Trey Benson? Personally, I would love it. Yes. I was just thinking about this because I logged into my infamous Dynasty team. Listen to this, guys. I have James Conner, Tyler Algier, Trey Benson, and now Jeremiah Love. I have all 4 of the Cardinals running back. So I was thinking about this. I was like, you got to be on the phone calling the Cardinals for one of those dudes. And I would definitely kick the tires on Trey Benson. Like, I still think he's super talented. Got injured last year right at the point that he was going to break out. So, yeah, I agree. From Braden, really wanted Rodriguez in Indy. Yeah, I hear you. But that was probably never realistic. I think they still got C.J. Allen. Like, that, even to hope for C.J. Allen was going to be a bit of a reach.
I'm excited for the Bears pick.
You're excited for the Bears pick? They're picking right now? Mm-hmm. We got to give Adam a shout out here. So, Adam, we know you're watching. Here's a picture. Or I have the video, but I also have the picture of Adam with Akeem Hicks, which is just one of my favorite all-time pictures. I mean, the dimensions, the difference in size is amazing. Because Akeem Hicks was like 6'5", like 350. But love you, Adam. Here, just give me 1 second here. All right. So the Bears picks coming in. They could get, well, I was going to say Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, but they already went safety in the first. This is the one downside of going with Dylan Thieneman in the first, is that they still don't have any D linemen, and there's really not any great options for them at this point, and they might have to reach on one if they want to go D-line. And they take Logan Jones. So it makes sense, but for me, and I know a lot of people out there like Logan Jones, I could just be low on him. I think Logan Jones' absolute best case scenario is Bradbury, who their center currently is. He's like 6'3", 300 pounds. There's just not a lot of play strength there. He's a really good wide zone blocker. You can get him on the move. He can do all that stuff. He's not a guy I'm taking in the second round or even really the third round. I think Logan Jones at 24 years old is exactly what he is. He's a spot starting center in a wide zone blocking scheme. But for me, I think I actually said this when I talked about him in my Not My Guys video, and I called out the Bears. I said, he's someone I would take if I were the Bears had I not made the Bradbury move. Because I think he's like that idea is like, oh crap, our all-pro center retired. We got to panic and find someone, and Bradbury was out there for cheap. I see Logan Jones as like a Band-Aid starter at center that's pretty maxed out at his age. So for me, I don't love this. I think I would have taken Connor Lew, would have been a much, much, much better pick for the Bears. Connor Lew has all the athletic traits, but is 21 years old, much better strength, much wider base, and you have Bradbury for a year. You don't need Logan Jones to come in and be a backup center. Like, that doesn't make any sense. If you're going to take a backup center, get the guy with crazy developmental upside in Connor Lew. So I don't like that pick for the Bears, if I'm being honest.
So the Browns traded up to get Emmanuel Warren.
Great pick. So Emmanuel McNeil-Warren goes to the Browns. At this point, even if I'm not like, I was never like crazy first round hype on Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, but I definitely saw him as an early second rounder. At this point, I got to take the certified steal up there for the Bears pick. At this point, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is a certified steal. I mean, even if I don't think he's an elite coverage defender, even if I don't think he's an elite run defender, I think his instincts and his ball skills on top of, you know, he's kind of similar to like a safety version of Jacob Rodriguez, where, yeah, if you take away the forced fumbles and the interceptions, you're left with a guy that's pretty good. But his instincts are a plus, and that bumps him up. My main concerns on him were when they played Kentucky and he had to deal with NFL athletes, he took a lot of bad angles from the back end that actually led to some really huge plays. And like I said, he's a little bit thinner. He's not a great box safety. But he is a really good productive safety that deserved to go in the second round. So excellent pick for the Browns here. He's going to be a really fun pairing with Grant Delpit. So I'm going to say certified steal for the Browns. All right, let's keep catching up on the Super Chats. Crush says, Marcus, mods, people keep spoiling. We need the PSA again. I think that was probably back when we asked for it. But yeah, let's keep the spoilies away if it's happening. From Jonathan, what running back will the Niners not be able to help themselves with in round 3? Probably Mike Washington would be the literal. I mean, my pro comp is Isaac Garendo. So that would be an easy answer for that one. Blooming Cash says, D winners to the Cowboys for a 5th. I wasn't that impressed with him, and maybe this will force them to actually play future third-round bust Nick Martin. Did that actually happen, or are you suggesting D winners to the Cowboys? That would make a difference. I'll look that up in a second. Okay. And now Marlon Klein comes off the board to the Texans. So this These tight end picks are not consistent with how I saw this tight end group, both to the AFC South here. I had Marlon Klein right above Nate Borkircher there, 5th to a 6th round grade. A bit of a surprise here, man.
Where'd you go to school?
He went to Michigan. Marlon Klein, here's what I wrote on him. Kind of just a Jag profile was what I saw. He's got decent size, decent athletic ability, decent blocker, decent hands, not that productive. Kind of just a general lack of like playmaking feel. Balls in the air, maybe doesn't adjust for it correctly. Run after catch, maybe a little lacking. The run blocking was a little bit inconsistent, so he's not like a dominant run blocker. He's not the biggest guy. At 6, he's almost 6'6", but he's 250, so he's a little bit thinner. I saw him as a day 3 tight end 2 candidate, but I don't even think he's an immediate day 1 number 2 tight end. Just as I question, and I don't know, man. I don't see it, so I hate that pick for the Texans there at 58. Big reach for me. So we'll see. We'll see if I saw it right or if I saw it wrong. I feel like these AFC South teams kind of lost the script a little bit with those, but we'll find out. But Blooming Cash, I would say I like your trade suggestion for send D Winners to the Cowboys after they kind of struck out at linebacker in this draft. From Fives, every time someone spoils picks, Teddy gets sad. Please keep Teddy happy. That's right. Teddy doesn't like spoiled picks. See how long we can get him to face the camera. Here we go. That'll help. All right. From Warhammer Guy, Dunker, Pregnon, Terrell, Cisse, all slam dunk options for the Hawks. Yeah, dude, if the Hawks get Emmanuel Pregnon at the end of the second round here, that would be insane. The Titans, I think, just traded up with the Bears. This would be a great Emmanuel Pregnon spot for the Titans. They have that glaring hole at right guard. I would be pretty freaking stoked for the Titans after they got their wide receiver. They have that hole at right guard. Keldrick Falk was fine. I didn't hate it. Considering it was Keldrick Falk.
Okay, the winter trade is real.
Oh, the Winters trade did happen. So, yeah, I think D Winters is at that point as an athletic day 3 linebacker. I think he's ready to take that leap after playing a bunch last year. He's right in that cluster of day 3 athletes that are going to take a couple years. So I like that for Dallas. I think a 5th round on D Winters where he's at in his career is giving you a better chance at an impact linebacker than spending a 3rd round pick on like Elam's Orr out of TCU or Harold Perkins or something who are like interesting developmental guys, but they're 2 years behind where D Winters is now. So I like that for Dallas. And I get it for the Niners. They're ready to see what Nick Martin can do, I guess. I don't love it for the Niners. I'd rather just have D Winters there because I don't know if Dre Greenlaw can stay healthy for you, but we have from Braden, Ballard has taken a decade off my life at this point. So Colts fans don't like the CJ Allen pick? Is that kind of what I'm gathering here? Or I don't, I have absolutely, in fact, I actually love what the Colts did to get CJ Allen where they did. So as far as Chris Ballard things are concerned, I wouldn't be too worried about that one. Super K-Man Rocks. Thanks so much for the awesome draft content. What's your thoughts on the D Winters trade? So we just did that, but thank you for the super chat. Parth says, wanted Terrell for my Patriots, but seeing him celebrate with his brother like that, I can't be mad. I know that's probably going to be my favorite storyline out of day 2 of the draft. From Big Man Luke, TV and coverage on mute, TFG audio on blast, Teddy on the cam. Damn, I love day 2 of the draft. Hashtag keep. Great super chat. Getting me fired up.
Turn Teddy around. He's shown his butt to everybody.
Also, yeah, Teddy. Don't look at Teddy's leg. It's they had to shave it to take care of him. He looks like a zombie. The Titans go Anthony Hill. Yeah. I think Pregnon would have been really a slam dunk move for them if you're going to trade up. Anthony Hill's fine. I don't get super excited about him, but you kind of almost by default have to put him in the kind of late 2, early 3 range. But I don't know. He's got speed. He's got zone instincts. He's got good coverage skills. I don't know that he's a day one starter for you in Tennessee. I really don't. I know that. The linebacker they gave a bunch of money to. Sorry, I got it right here. Cody Barton. Cody Barton had his struggles last year for sure. So, like, ideally, Anthony Hill will learn from Robert Saleh and get there. And an athlete like this, I think it's just it's a like it pick. It's kind of tough because I guess I just don't have a lot of conviction in my ranking on Anthony Hill is what I'm getting at here. Because I just was so underwhelmed by his ability to play the run. But I think it was also like such a Texas problem. Like they didn't ask him to really read and react to the run. They just kind of had him out in space and go find the ball, go use your speed, go tackle. And then in coverage, he does some good stuff. But, he's not going to start, I don't think. You're going to need some work on him. And trading up to get that guy when you could have had a guard, I guess that's why I would say more it's fine. Because I think Emmanuel Pregnon would have been a slam dunk move for them. All right, there is a tight end that I think was drafted in the right range here, Max Clare. So the Rams just getting another tight end. Wow. They're going to just run 14 personnel all day, apparently. All the tight ends. Max Clare's a good player. He's let's see, do I have highlights on Max Clare? I do. I see a lot of at first I saw a lot of like Dalton Schultz as a receiving player where he's kind of savvy after the catch. He's got decent size, good hands, like just kind of your classic possession tight end that's reliable in the short to intermediate game, works with your quarterback in scramble drill, balanced tight end. I eventually removed the Dalton Schultz comp, though, because his run blocking actually, the more and more I watched, the more and more I realized he's not that good of a run blocker, and Ohio State really sheltered him as a run blocker, too. They actually used 3 tight ends, and Max Clare was basically in like a Zach Ertz role as basically a move tight end and a slot wide receiver. So he almost never played actual in-line for Ohio State. So I think the Rams are probably saying that we'll get him there as a blocker. In the meantime, he's a really nice receiving presence. Where I'm a little bit confused is they just kind of did this last year with Ferguson, and now you're doing it again. And it's kind of the second year in a row where, in a way, your first pick is this. Because last year they traded away their first, got into the second round, and took Terrence Ferguson. And then this year, I will stand by the Ty Simpson pick, but that pick is not going towards this season, right? That's a future pick. And now your next pick is Max Clare, unless I'm forgetting a pick. I mean, they did trade for McDuffie, but I guess in terms of like, I think I would have probably rather seen them add like wide receiver depth than go another tight end for them. Like the position that they picked doesn't really make sense for me, but the value's fine. Also, if you're going to draft and stash a guy that's already kind of a little bit undersized, I would rather roll the dice on Oscar Delp, who has like crazy upside. So I actually do kind of have questions, not necessarily about the player. I think, again, decent value, but I don't know. like I said, I'm trying to grade these picks as if I'm looking at it through the lens of being a fan of that team. And if my Rams, and I'm trying to win a Super Bowl this year, took Ty Simpson and a tight end 5, I'm like, what? What happened? Thought we were gonna freaking put the pedal down here. So that's kind of a weird one. All right, from Sinier, should Washington make a move up to get Chris Brazzell? I don't know if I necessarily am trading up for Chris Brazzell. I like the fit. I like the idea of, some speed in that room. I think, Terry McLaurin kind of plays that vertical threat for them. I'd rather see a little bit more reliability added to that room than like a true deep threat. Like, I would probably be looking like, man, give me Kevin Coleman Jr. or give me a guy like Chris Bell would make sense. You're losing Deebo Samuel, so give you a guy that has a similar skill set. Skylar Bell would be another good piece there. Even like a Zachariah Branch could be interesting, but I don't hate the Chris Brazzell suggestion if you want another vertical threat, but I really think they could use some more reliability in the short to intermediate game over another vertical threat. Because I think if you're sending a go ball, I think Terry's a pretty good option there. But sometimes you got, a number one corners on Terry, and you want your speed threat to come in with a good matchup and take advantage of that. So I don't hate it. Definitely should be getting a wide receiver, but I don't know that they need to trade picks to do it because they need their picks, and they don't have a lot of them. So from Dimitrizovas 6526, $5 super chat. You just want to say I've been watching you for about 7 years. So you'd say you've been watching for about 6 or 7 years? Nice. You're amazing. Congrats on becoming a soon-to-be father. I appreciate that. Exciting times around the house. Hoping Pregnon falls to my Chargers. He's still there. Pregnon is still there. I guess teams are just not stoked on drafting a 24 or 25-year-old guard that doesn't have the best physical upside, but he's a really nice plug-and-play guard.
So the Bills traded up for this pick.
Okay. All right. Let's see what the Bills can do. I just never get all that fired up about the Bills drafts. And the TJ Parker pick was another one of those this year.
David Igmanosa.
Okay. By the way, Jermod McCoy is still there. At this point, just like, okay. What? David Igbenogsen's not going to start for you this year. So why not just take Jermod McCoy? Like, he could be your potential frickin' Pat Surtain someday. That's what I don't really understand. I mean, unless the doctors are like, dude, this knee is done. Like, he's never going to play again. Which, that's not what I've heard. But, look, Davison Igbenogsen's a third-round, like, solid cornerback prospect. They're changing systems. They're going to play a lot more man coverage. And he can do that. He's grabby and not the best zone player, but it's a fine pick. I felt like if the Bills needed a corner, it was going to be in the slot as well. And I think there was other slot corners that would have made a lot more sense. Like, I kind of like where the Bills are at with, last year they took kid out of Kentucky. This year, or not this year, but you got Christian Benford. The Bills, man, they never get me excited. I want the Bills to be great, but they just tick me off, man. Consistently, the teams that bother me the most are the teams that just don't do well in the draft. And I feel like this is another Bills draft. I really do. I'm not a fan. I don't see how Igbenogsen really fits making sense for this team right now. Unless you're just saying Christian Benford's not going to be on this team. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, let's keep looking at these super chats. So just scrolling. You guys are so incredible with these super chats. The fact that I still got to keep scrolling up to catch up here. But man, I'm still scrolling. Here we go. After sleeping on it, feeling much better about the Ty Simpson pick. Hope the Rams can get Kevin Coleman. Well, I'm glad that you feel better about the Ty Simpson pick. I really will stand behind it. We don't need to keep reiterating my points on it, but thank you for the $10 super chat there. I think we skipped. Yeah, we got Dimitri Zalvis. If I miss anybody's super chats, TikTok DM at that franchise guy on TikTok. Anna will check that if you miss it, and give my TikTok a follow while you're over there. I'll plug that. So let's see if the Chargers get pregnant here. Whoa, man. You might as well. You already took a 25-year-old with your first pick. Why not take a 24-year-old with this pick? Just go for it, man. We have
Jake Slaughter.
Jake Slaughter? No, I know who he is. I just... Really? Really? I don't like what some of these teams are doing here, man. I feel like some of these teams are just kind of going AWOL. This is another one of those. I saw Jake Slaughter as a true backup center in the league. I don't see him ever beating out the guy they got from Washington, from Wisconsin. My name recall has been struggling tonight. I guess it tends to happen when we rattle off all these football players. Biadash. I don't see Jake Slaughter ever beating out Biadash. I don't see him beating out any of these guys at center. So Jake Slaughter for me was a 5th to a 6th round grade. Here's what we wrote. It's one of these guys I got to go look at the draft guide because he clearly didn't stand out to me. So he's got a good targeting system when he's climbing to the second level on combo blocks. Solid overall athlete to block any run schemes, so at least there's that. Uses his hands well in pass protection. He's a 3-year starter with solid game awareness. But the weakness is arms and hands have a total lack of pop and overall play strength. His speed stalls out in space when he's on the move, which McDonald's not going to like that. So when he would get on the move, it was like he had a good initial, movement skills, but couldn't keep climbing. So he's not going to be an Aaron Brewer in that sense. Leg drive is below average to displace NFL-sized defensive linemen. And then the anchor got exposed in one-on-one pass blocking reps. So I didn't see it, man. Unless you're really counting on him as a 5th-year player, unless you're really counting on him to bulk up and add play strength, because he can move a little bit, but I don't see it, man. And when you've got, again, a situation, take Connor Lew. Take Connor Lew. The dude's 20 years old, great athlete, good play strength for where he's at, bulking up already. You have your center. You have Biadash. Get some upside. There's still good picks here, man. Why take a day 3 backup center prospect? I cannot get behind that one, and I hope I'm wrong. Hope the dude's a stud. But that's how I saw the player. So, okay. All right. Super chats from Trey. Thank you for the effort on the content. Been watching since 2018. Shout out to 2018. That's 8 years. Hell yeah. Refreshing compared to mainstream coverage. Who should the Commanders target in round 3? I like the wide receiver idea for the Commanders. After we got Sonny Styles, let's go get some more playmakers. There's a ton of guys. We rattled off some names there just a minute ago. Vitani, $2 super chat. McCoy must be made of glass right now. No way. So we're well, the Seahawks could take him at 64, which would be so annoying for anybody that doesn't want to watch him repeat. Yeah, we gotta keep rolling. We got so many super chats. So Cucumber Lime, who I failed to give credit for last night for the good Cowboys take, but thank you, Cucumber Lime, for another super chat. Now the Eagles need to just get Nussmeier, and they upgraded 3 positions. I like where your head's at, Cucumber Lime. Vacay says, thanks for the content. Wondering where your thoughts are on where Mike Washington should go. Did his draft write-up for SIS and would love your insight. For me, Mike Washington's a day 3 pick. I compare him to Isaac Arendo. Very inconsistent. And in his case, kind of just bad. Like, there's a few really highlight, like, splash plays where he'll even show some light feet, and you're like, that's what I want. And then you watch 3 games on him, and you're like, we got it twice on, like, 120 carries. Other than that, the vision was poor. The contact balance struggled. Bud Clark to the Seahawks. Okay. So I think at this point, Washington is starting to fall closer to the range that I like him more, because there was a lot of like even top 50 buzz for Mike Washington. And I was like, man, that is not how I saw the player. I felt like he was someone that in a really bad running back class, people were looking for somebody to get excited about. And he didn't even play up to the 4.33 speed often. So there's that. And then, yeah, Markel, pointing out that the Eagles traded for Jonathan Greenard, which is a pretty straightforward trade, but a great trade for the Eagles. Greenard's an awesome, like, low-end one. Great trade for the Eagles. Very similar to them going to get Jalen Phillips, which worked out for them last year. I think Greenard's an even better player than Phillips, but they're probably going to have to pay Jonathan Greenard. So we'll see how that plays out and how it mixes in with everything. But they wanted to pay Jalen Phillips, and they couldn't get it done, so they were ready to go make that move. I like it. It's a loss for the Vikes, though, for sure. So I don't hate the Bud Clark pick. Don't screenshot it. I just forgot to take the grade down. Bud Clark is fun. I preferred a couple other safeties. AJ Halsey's still there. I don't know if AJ Halsey would have been the best fit. Zakee Wheatley. I preferred those guys, but Bud Clark was right there. Late 2nd, early 3rd round grade. I'm going to say I love it because he fits the system. I think I even wrote on Bud Clark that he is ready-made for a split safety defense. I just want to see if I have this point in here. Yes, in the strengths category, played in a scheme that is a seamless transition to the many split safety schemes in today's NFL. So if you were looking for that coverage-oriented go-getter from a split safety position, if you want a replacement here for Kobe Bryant, He is an excellent coverage safety. I loved what we saw there. He's not afraid to take risks, but he understands what he's doing in the zone match assignments. He just has one key variable, and it's tackling. The definition of the safety position, right? You are the last line of defense. You are the safety for the defense. Bud Clark is one of the worst tackling safeties in this draft. So if you can get him to square up better, to hit his landmarks as a tackler, it's not like he doesn't have size. He's 6'5", 6 foot and a half, 192 pounds. So he's a little bit lighter in terms of play strength, but and there's moments where he hits really hard. But yeah, man, if his tackling is as bad as it was at TCU, he's not going to be someone you want on the field very much. But if you can just get him to be an okay tackler, he could be awesome. So it's a fun pick to go Bud Clark there. So from Red Pear, how do my Jags save this draft? How about Jimmy Rolder would be a nice linebacker pick for you? That's a tough one, man. They had one core pick there with that 2nd rounder, and I kind of think, I don't want to say they lit it on fire because I think Nick Broker will play a role in that offense, but again, you just did not need to take that player there, in my opinion. Miguel, what's up, Miguel? Shout out to Miguel, always watching down in Mexico. We love hearing from you every year. Do I think the Chiefs should trade up for Delp? I would like that. I would absolutely like that. Maybe they don't need to trade up, though. They got to be getting closer. And we are into the third round now, by the way. But I like the call out there. Braden, $50 super chat and a YouTube member. Thank you, Braden. The Ballard complaining was premature before the Allen pick. I feel fine with the pick. I'd give it a B personally. I'm even higher on it. I'd give it an A. I think as far as second round picks go, that stands out as a really good value that fills a huge need. So I'm even higher on it. And I wasn't even like the biggest CJ Allen guy, but he's a really nice high floor linebacker. But thank you, Braden. We appreciate you. Very generous support of the stream here tonight. Mason says the Broncos are obsessed with trading back. Damn. Yeah, I feel like the Broncos haven't made a pick yet. Yeah, I don't think the Broncos have made a pick yet. From Monty. What's up, Monty? I was literally just about to chat that the Broncos should trade back. The board has fallen atrociously, so we got a couple back-to-back Broncos comments there. Monty also followed up saying, McCoy to the Broncos incoming. George Payton can't resist. That would be sick. That would be sick. Can you imagine Jermod McCoy and Patrick Surtain in the secondary together? And it would time up because I'm pretty sure Riley Moss is on the last year of his deal. So you can let Riley Moss, contract year, do his thing, go get paid. You get your third round pick back the next year, and then you spend a third round pick on Jermod McCoy. Whoo, man, that would be nuts. See if they do it.
I don't know who it is, but everyone in the chat says this is not a good pick for the Cardinals.
Uh-oh.
Carson back.
Oh, God. I almost threw up.
That's dramatic.
That's like one of the worst picks I've ever seen since we've been doing this. I'm actually like sick to my stomach. Like,
Marcus, you're being so...
I'm not being dramatic. It just blows my mind that NFL GMs could do something like this. Like, there's 32 of those jobs in the world, and everybody watching this stream, you would be lying. And that's just, I mean, shout out. We got 3,000 people, plus, including Twitter, watching us right now. But every single one of you would take that job in a heartbeat. Everybody wants to be an NFL GM. It is one of the most sought-after jobs in the world. I don't think that's crazy to say. And we have 1 out of 32 taking effing Carson Beck with the 65th pick in the draft. What are we doing? How do we get here?
Take down that.
Everything they've done, I've got the grade off. Everything that the Cardinals have done to this point is building up for the QB next year. We got an offensive lineman. We got a running back. We're putting the core together. We know that we're taking a quarterback in next year's draft. That is, it doesn't always live up to it, but Carson Beck is a 25-year-old backup NFL quarterback. It puts the ball in harm's way. He's confident. He's experienced. He'll be able to step in and look, if Jacoby has if you've burned the bridge with Jacoby because he wants money and you don't want to give him money, go sign somebody else. Go be the team that trades for Tyson Bagent. This is, I'm thinking back. I think this is the worst draft pick in the however many years we've been doing draft streams. I mean, you genuinely have a chance to build up the offensive line, build up I cannot believe it. The grade transcends hate it. The grade transcends we got to get the people of Arizona in front of the building here because everybody hated the Jeremiah Love pick. We felt but you can stomach. Also, Braden's going nuts just giving away memberships right now, Braden. 50 memberships. That's incredible. Thank you so much. That's a lot of math, but it's 250. That's 250 times 5. $250 of YouTube memberships for the people in the chat. Wow. So thank you, and congrats to everybody that got YouTube memberships. You now can go check out the draft guide. You can watch Studs and Duds if Braden hooked you up. So that's incredibly generous. Thank you. But yeah, I don't have the graphic ready, but the grade on this is a generationally bad draft pick. I cannot explain it any better than that. I want to keep talking about it because it's just not okay. Like, this just can't happen with Arizona, whose ownership continues to show their own ass every single year at this point. Forget, it's okay. Forget, like, everything I just said. Take Garrett Nussmeier, who's a much better backup quarterback prospect that actually has upside on top of everything. My brain is, like, blowing up right now because I just don't get it. Like, this is the point that I'm like, I'm sorry I ever said anything bad about Brian Gutekunst. Like, this is just unbelievable. Wow. So we can move on, but I'm 2 picks behind. All right. So the Broncos took Tyler Onyedin. Really fun traits-based developmental player. I like that a lot. It's a little bit earlier than I liked him, but he was, when I went down to the Shrine Bowl, I'm just going to say I like it on Onyedin, and we can keep moving with the graphics there. But when I was at the Shrine Bowl, it's hard to find guys that stand out at the Shrine Bowl because those are usually like day 3 guys. Onyedin was one of them, and the coaches were like really working with him. He's short, he's compact, he moves really well, he's got long, strong arms. He's still raw, but they can absolutely work with him. I wouldn't be surprised if he's kind of the idea of like Justin Madubuike. I don't think he's quite as good as Madubuike was coming out. But yeah, I like that pick for Denver. It's hard to find guys that have upside at D-line in this range, so good pick there. The Raiders take Kieran Crawford. I didn't really see a day 2 player with Kieran Crawford. This is kind of where the consensus rankings had Crawford. I didn't really see it with him. I saw some decent movement skills, but I'm not a huge... this is early for me for how I saw the player. I've got questions that we're not taking... I hate it. Why are we not taking offense for Mendoza? You can get... I'm mad. These GMs are pissing me off right now. I'm getting fired up, and I love it. What are we doing, Raiders? Why did the bad teams stay bad? You could have taken his dude, Elijah Surratt, right there. Drop him in and cook. And you take, to me, a guy that might develop into a number 3 edge. I hate it, dude. What are we doing? Unbelievable. Just as I was saying, I feel like GMs are getting better at this. We have seen some horrible picks, dude. Some horrible picks, in my opinion. Gonna be a fun draft to look back at this range to see if I'm right on these being bad picks. But wow. Do we get caught up then?
We're all caught up.
All right. I want to revisit Carson Beck for a second. I need to make like a bullet point. After this is all done, I'm going to need to make like a bullet point tweet of like, here are your bullet points for why Carson Beck is the worst draft pick of all time. Or of my time, in 8 years or whatever. Like just lighting a pick on fire, and I don't know. There's no upside with Carson Beck to be a starter. People are comparing it to when I was critical of the Desmond Ridder pick, which is relevant. I think Ridder at least had a chance. Like Ridder was at least fast and like had better tape than Carson Beck. And Ridder was bad because there was at least a chance that he played well enough that you were going to convince yourself to give him a year as a starter. Carson Beck is a backup NFL quarterback. He's the definition of a 4th, 5th rounder. We get a cheap rookie deal. They took him because I guarantee you, Michael Bidwell, the owner, is mad at Jacoby Brissett. He's like, I thought we had a good thing coming. Why do I got to give you $20 million? What are you talking about? You're Jacoby Brissett. Just come back and play for us. Oh, you don't want to sign this contract I offered you? Screw you. Go Find somewhere else to play. We're taking Carson Beck. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. It is whiskey o'clock at this point. I'm going to go pour a glass of whiskey and come back in 60 seconds so we can keep cooking these GMs. All right, we're back. We're back. Running all over the house. Markel Bell was picked for the Eagles, and this pick makes sense. I liked Markel Bell as a third rounder. Crazy length, 6'9", like historic wingspan, high floor backup in my opinion. Probably going to be that. He's been like a spot starter, but not the forever tackle. I see a very similar player. So, if Lane Johnson's going to get hurt, you got a nice backup tackle. Maybe he turns into more than that, but I think it's a nice pick for the Eagles.
Sam Roush to the Bears.
Sam Roush to the Bears. Okay, so Cole Kmet's going to be traded for sure, but I like that quite a bit.
As a Bears fan or as a Packers?
No, I think Bears fans should like that. I like that for the Bears. Sam Roush is big, 6'6", 270 pounds. I think there's, he got a lot of Tanford.
It's too late.
It's too late. He's from Tanford.
Sorry.
Is that a D2 school? Yeah, Roush got a lot of second round hype that I couldn't quite match because I do think he's an uncoordinated athlete. It shows up in his blocking. It shows up in some of his receiving work. But I love him as a tight end too. And maybe it will be a year. Maybe it is one more year of Kmet. Sam Roush is there for 13 personnel, and then maybe you go to Roush. Like I think Roush could still use some development. But he's definitely the perfect complement to Loveland, and you have some real blocking capabilities there. Like, we were talking about how the Bears will want their version of the tight end 2 in Detroit, where Ben Johnson came from, Brock Wright. I think there's a lot of Brock Wright in Sam Roush's game, so that makes a lot of sense there for the Bears. I like it. And then the Niners get Romello Height. So Romello Height was the third of these kind of undersized designated pass rusher types. There was 3 of them in this class, all out of like the same corner of the country. You had Romello Height at Texas Tech. You had R. Mason Thomas at Oklahoma, and then you had Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M. So it was like, how do you stack those 3 that are all very similar? But Height definitely had the least play strength out of all of them, and Height of all of them is impractical against the run, whereas R. Mason Thomas at least plays hard against the run. He really struggles with his play strength. Cassius Howell, I think, can actually do some stuff against the run, but all these guys struggle to anchor. But I think Height as a third-round pick, especially as far as Niners, about them getting someone like this, one of those 3 players. So that makes sense because Bryce Huff retired to go be a anthropologist. Is that when you go start like a non-profit anthropologist? Did I get that right?
Philanthropist?
Anthropologist. What is that?
That's where you study like ancient civilizations.
Okay, so a philanthropist.
Yes.
But Bryce Huff was that designated pass rusher, undersized edge type. Romello Height will do that for them. Amazing get off. Like, the fact that he was on the same D line, I think this is the best praise you can give of Romello Height. The fact that he was on the same D line as David Bailey, and it was pretty obvious that Romello Height had the better first step and the better get off, that's saying a lot. That is not to take anything away from David Bailey, who might have the second best first step in this class, but Romello Height will get off the ball. He'll threaten the arc, decent bend, decent finesse, but he's a one-trick pony, but a role player that can get after the passer is well worth a third-round pick. So I'd actually bump that up, I think, to a love it pick. Best edge player available for me at this point. And I think that's something the Niners really needed, because they've got obviously Bosa, but they've got these big, heavy-handed edge guys. We need a little bit more juice. You need someone to fill that Bryce Huff role after he kind of surprised them with the retirement. So I think that makes a ton of sense. All right. We're all caught up. I've got my whiskey with us. I've got my special Jameson distillery edition
From Dublin.
From the Jameson distillery in Dublin. It's like a special batch that they made just for employees, and then they liked it so much that they started making it to be bought for like after the tour there. But really good stuff. Jameson's underrated. It's a good underrated, easy sipping Irish whiskey. But cheers to all of you. I got my Packers mug. I think Adam actually bought this for me at a gas station on the way up, coming through Wisconsin. All right. So, back to the super chats. Might as well have a sip of tea, clear my throat a little bit.
What a combo.
Honestly, hold on. You might be cooking. You might be cooking right now. You may have just... Oh, now I'm spilling.
Marcus.
What? It's not... That was like half a... Let's see. Yeah. It plays. It plays. Okay. Anyway. Back to the fan funding and the super chats. You guys are awesome. So we left off from, we had the Monty. Here we go. From Smack. Turn Smack Gaming says, shout out my birds, man. I was wondering what we were going to do at Edge. Yeah, dude. Eagles are making out like really well. Surprise, surprise. Eagles are having a good draft weekend. You're coming out of this draft with Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers, and Jonathan Greenard. Yeah. Yeah, you can sign me up for that if I'm an Eagles fan. Nathan, $20 super chat. Thank you. Love my Panthers eating their vegetables this year, building up through the trenches. Been watching all your content for years, so here is my yearly donation. Thank you so much, Nathan. Really appreciate it. Thanks for sticking around over the years. And yeah, Panthers building up through the trenches. It's hard to hate on it, right? It really is. Just get that toughness about them. And then Explicit says, what's up, man? Been watching since 2019. Shout out for the longtime viewership there. But I think you're too low on Stooks to the Raiders. We'll see. We shall see. I stand by what I said on it. I do. And the fact that we still haven't gotten any freaking pass catchers for Mendoza, I hate it. I hate what they're doing. I think they're being a little bit stubborn about what Mendoza might be for them. So I'm worried about that. Like, he's a guy that needs talent. I don't think the offensive line is, like, untouchable either if you were talking about who we should be drafting for them. So, yeah, a developmental 25-year-old nickel and a developmental, like, maybe third edge. I hate it. I hate everything about what they've done after the Mendoza pick. AJ, right guard for the Titans is a black hole, and we trade up and pass on Pregnon. What?
Sorry, there's a super chat that says Tanford, Indiana, current home to the Glovers, are where my Bears are looking at building the new
But yes, I did not love the Titans trade up. He's panting. Do you think he needs to go?
He's probably okay. I think he just is excited.
Okay. Yeah, didn't love the Titans not taking Pregnon when he's staring you in the face there. Falcons saw a mock that compared R. Mason Thomas to D. Ford. What are your thoughts on that? Shout outs to the admin, Teddy. I'm assuming you were the admin in this situation.
Teddy's the admin.
Teddy is the admin, and congrats to the parents to be. So, thank you, Falcon. Appreciate it. I could see that as a best case scenario for R. Mason Thomas being D. Ford, but I think Cassius Howell goes with the next pick. I think that could be a reverse. Remember when the Packers took Josh Myers and he turned out to be an okay player, but Creed Humphreys went with the next pick. Now, I'm not saying Cassius Howell is going to go and be an all-pro like Creed Humphrey, but I could see it being a situation where they didn't get the upside and the player that they maybe should have taken at the same exact spot. Antonio Williams to the Commanders. That's fine. I think there are better wide receivers. Antonio Williams had some fans out there. I see a dime a dozen slot receiver that could probably play in the NFL. Honestly, a player and I'm going to say this pick is fine, just because I think there are so many other wide receivers that would get me more excited. I really wanted to compare him in a best case scenario to like what Jamison Crowder was for you guys. A little bit different. Like Crowder was a little smaller. There's really not any bad things I can say about Antonio Williams. Like, he's a better third-round pick, in my opinion, than Luke McCaffrey was. And this is, I guess I can finally take my official victory lap on calling Luke McCaffrey as a third-round pick a bust. Like, he's been, decent backup wide receiver, but not someone you should have taken in the third round. I think Antonio Williams has a much better projection as, like, a kind of plug-and-play slot. But I've got him wide receiver 21, 4th to 5th round grade. There's a lot of other wide receivers that I think have more upside. Oh, Bengals take Sicario Davis. This was a not my guy. So I'm going to say, honestly, I hate it. I don't like this one, man. I don't even think they got the best corner out of Washington with Epresian's prize sock. So Sicario Davis, like, yeah, he's 6'4". He ran a 4.4 40. He played at Washington, which is like one of the DBUs out there. He can't move. He can't turn his hips. He can't cover man to man. I think if you want like what Trey Flowers was for the Bengals, where he could be like a tight end eraser and like a specialist, sure. But I also don't like this because I want to see the Bengals fully commit to Dax Hill and Turner as the outside corners. What was that?
Are you talking about Sicario?
I am talking about Sicario Davis, yep. I want to see the Bengals commit to the two guys that I think can play. And I'm not saying this is them saying we're going to put Dax Hill back in the slot where he's struggled, but it's not a great endorsement of that. I mean, I see some good players on the board that they could have taken, dude. You could have grabbed AJ Halsey or Zakee Wheatley and felt awesome about your safety room. You could have taken, honestly, like, give me Jalen Kilgore as a nickel corner instead of Sicario Davis. Like, let's get a different nickel in there. Keontae Scott as a nickel. I think there's better outside corners that were available out of his own school. Prysock, Malik Muhammad. I'm not a fan of that. But Oscar Delp to the Saints. That's fun. So they have a bunch of, well, I can't say a bunch, but you got Jawan Johnson. Now Oscar Delp. You don't have a ton of size in that tight end room, but I do love it. Oscar Delp actually ended up my tight end too because I think his upside is incredible. Now, I still had him as a second to a third round grade, and we're at the top of the third, so I think the value is about right. He's a tight end, by the way. I will forgive my wife for the typo. Ay. But yeah, Delp went underutilized in Georgia's passing game, but crazy athlete. The idea of drafting him is what George Kittle was as a prospect. Now, George Kittle had even better run blocking tape, but you're looking at a 6'4", 245-pound tight end, but could probably put 5 pounds of muscle on him. Good after the catch, kind of caught everything that was thrown his way. Blocked really hard. I didn't hate his run block tape. It wasn't perfect, but just so much to work with, and you just watched him like, number one, the quarterback just kept missing him. Like, he was wide open on seams. So I really like Oscar Delp, and I think he's got like high-end starting tight end potential, so it's a fun pick.
And then the Giants traded up for Malachi Fields.
Okay. Malachi Fields in the third round, I'm totally fine with. He brings an ex-wide receiver skill set that plays well with what they have in that room. They have a bunch of, you obviously have Malik Neighbors. You have a bunch of like undersized speed threats. Now you get like that ex-wide receiver profile. He kind of is what he is. He's what you see is what you get. He's a 6'4", big-bodied ex-wide receiver, tough ball skills, great run blocker, can catch back shoulders, can be a red zone threat. He's never going to be like think Tim Patrick. What Tim Patrick has been is kind of what you're projecting there. And that's totally fine in the third round, especially when you don't really have that skill set. So I would say nice solid pick on Malachi Fields there in the third. All right, we got to catch up on super chats, you guys. So Thomas, thank you. Thomas Grimes, been watching since April 24th, 2026. Hey, we got a new sub in the house. What's up? Again, you guys, if you could help me reach that subscriber goal. I don't know quite where we're at, but if you're not subscribed, please do. If you're watching this on Twitter, we got like over 1,000 of you on Twitter. Do we pass 15? 150?
No, I was saying make sure you like this.
Make sure you like the stream as well. You got me excited. I thought we hit our goal. But yeah, if you're watching this on Twitter, we got like almost 2,000 people on Twitter watching this. If you're not following me on YouTube, click on my profile, follow the channel, subscribe. I'm sure a good chunk of you guys aren't checking out the content. I know I tweet a lot, but I do make videos and actually talk about my takes more in depth than the 100 whatever characters we get on Twitter. But yeah, help me get the 115K subscriber goal. I had a thing that was supposed to track it, but it didn't work. So maybe tomorrow we'll get that working. But thank you to the new viewers as well as the old ones. Luis Martinez, $10 super chat, says, been a fan since the first deep dive series. Who do you think the Colts should pick in the third round? And do you think the Colts should give up on AR so fast? It is interesting that they haven't traded Anthony Richardson yet. I thought that would have happened already. I do feel like he's still in the best place for him if he wants to be there. With Daniel Jones coming off the injury, you don't know if he's going to be able to stay healthy. I think they think he's going to be there for the start of the season, but it's a great infrastructure for a quarterback to figure it out. So I don't know that Anthony Richardson's necessarily going to go to a better spot. I know the Packers have been interested. I could see that. Take the Malik Willis route, and we obviously saw what happened with Willis. So there's other places out there. But I would say if you're Anthony Richardson and you're like, get me out of here, you're not guaranteed to go to Green Bay. Like, you don't get a say in where you go. The Colts could send you to be, somewhere you don't want to be or shouldn't want to be. So I think it's more about Anthony Richardson than it is about the Colts at this point. But it is a fascinating situation. Bojangle says you need a new tier of grade titled garbage pick for the Cardinals. Yeah, we just put another Cardinals logo next to the grade, I guess. Vacay, you said exactly what I thought about Mike Washington. I had him graded as an upside fifth rounder. Thanks for making a first-time evaluator feel proud. You nailed it. Yep. I don't see him as a day two guy. We get into day three, you want to gamble on Mike Washington, sure, go for it. Warhammer guy says, other than the Hawks, the NFC West not hitting. Yeah, not really. I mean, Cardinals, Rams.
That was right after
Niners.
Cardinals.
Yeah. They're kind of beaten to their own drum in many of these cases. Braden said, Beck pick was so bad, I felt the need to add some light with a super chat. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, Braden. Barron says, I sat down to dinner with my family with an earbud so I could listen. Got busted because the Beck rant had me laughing at the dinner table. Oh, yeah, dude. That's going to have to get clipped. I mean, the Beck rant was pretty epic. Which is worse, Hendon Hooker or Carson Beck? Definitely Carson Beck. I mean, I didn't like Hendon Hooker, but he at least had upside. He played in a weird offense and had traits. At least Hendon Hooker had some upside. Beck, you guys are going to have to think of something that was worse than that from a draft pick perspective, because I don't think I have anything.
Okay, Caleb Douglas, Texas Tech.
Really?
To the Dolphins.
Early. I kind of liked so there's two Texas Tech wide receivers, and I get them confused. So I want to check my notes and make sure I'm talking about the right Texas Tech wide receiver. I hope it's the one that I kind of liked and not the other one. Now my laptop's being stupid down here. Okay. I'm going to... Yeah, okay. So, yeah, there's two Texas Tech wide receivers in this draft. So, this was not the one I liked. Okay, I'm sorry, Cardinals fans. Shield your eyes. This was the grade on Caleb Douglas. Wide receiver 38, sixth round of priority free agent grade. So another pick where I unfortunately have to put the hated on it. Let me just read some of the strengths, some of the profile on him. Really not much to say, but flashes. We're dealing with some technical stuff here on my end. So both the tape and his Senior Bowl reps show what the What is going on? All right, found it. Caleb Douglas is a taller X-style wide receiver who flashes impressive catches and adequate route running for a bigger wide receiver, but is a good ways away from seeing consistent playing time in the NFL. He's not super twitchy or fast as an athlete, which is to be expected at 6'4", but his hands and consistency in contested catch situations is not where it needs to be, considering this is where he's going to need to win in the league as an X. He is, however, a tick better than to be expected after the catch with okay contact balance and creativity, which helps you get a little bit more explosiveness from him out of the screen game and the quick game, which a lot of bigger body targets won't give you. Overall, he's a textbook day 3 developmental backup for teams in need of some size in their wide receiver room, but unfortunately his most likely outcome is a bottom of the depth chart type of guy. And he ran like a 4.37. I did not see that on tape one bit. So I don't think he's going to live up to it. We shall see.
So Pittsburgh traded up for this pick.
Okay.
And it's Drew Aller.
Oh. Whoa. Okay.
Did the whiskey just hit her, or is that what you think about this pick?
That's what I think about this pick. That's a fun pick. So I think a lot of people in this chat know who Drew Aller is. He was a good performance in the college football playoffs last year, away from being like the top 2 pick in last year's draft. Like, I don't think that's crazy to say, but he stunk it up, and that's kind of what he's done. He's really disappointed in his big games. He got hurt this year, just really already coming out of last year was trending down from how he finished the year, and then just didn't play well this year, man. The Oregon game, he kind of blew it at the end. He is Christian Hackenberg coming out of Penn State. Now, the ball idea. Like, you're not going to find third-round quarterbacks with his arm very often. He is sneaky athletic, but from a processing and decision-making, like, you need a ground-up rewiring. He has sloppy footwork, and the grade for me is going to be fine. I understand how you get to this point with Drew Aller at 76, because the upside is there for a franchise quarterback. You keep him close to home. I think the Steelers have done a really good job of, like, making this an infrastructure. I've talked about how Aaron Rodgers is actually an excellent mentor, so this is consistent with the idea of, like, let's get Aaron Rodgers back for a year. You have 2 interesting flyers, 2 dart throws and lottery tickets in Drew Aller and Will Howard, and can kind of see how those play out. At least he's a high up, like, this isn't Carson Beck where you know what he is. Like, Drew Aller is at least interesting to see if the development can come. The biggest thing that worries me with Drew Aller is you're going to be hard-pressed to find a quarterback that has worse pocket presence, and I really value that as a trait. So he really struggles when pressure gets in. He bails out of clean pockets. He's just not a comfortable pocket passer for a guy that big, and that, I don't know if you fix that. Like, this has a low chance of working, but if it works, it's like, damn. So I understand how you reach this point when the Steelers don't have a lot of, like, glaring needs at this point either.
The chat is very divided about this.
Yeah,
some people love it, some people hate it.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. He's a divisive player. Like, this is exactly the kind of guy. Like, and that's why I think a fine grade, like, makes total sense. This is a rockin' teeter-totter. Like, it's going to go one way or the other. He's either going to be Christian Hackenberg and never play in the league, or could be a franchise quarterback.
Also, your Packers just traded up.
Ooh.
So they're about to make their pick.
Okay, there's a lot of good players on the board, man. Jermon McCoy is still there. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Chris McClellan.
Okay. I like what the Packers are doing. They have hit 2 really nice doubles. And we scored a run. Like, by Packers standards, they could have struck out, right? They could have struck out twice. They could have hit into a double play. We got a pair of doubles, man. I like Chris McClellan quite a bit. Other than a player I really like in Jackson out of Florida State, McClellan would be, I think, my next guy here. He made my top 10 D tackle list. He's a really balanced player, man. Getting through all these DTs in this class, like 10 through 20, he stood out to me. He moves well. He's got good size. He looks the part. I thought his run defense was pretty good. He's got a variety of ways to win. I think they found a really nice, like, rotational third defensive tackle out the gate, and someone that does have some traits to, like, maybe surprise as a starter. But this is exactly what they needed. They needed a little bit more size. They get that in McClellan. And they didn't need a starter right now. They have Hargrave. They have Devontae Wyatt. But they needed some depth that can give you a little bit more athleticism. So to come out of this draft with McClellan and Brandon Cisse, which fills the two needs, we knew that they were going to go corner and DT almost to a T. It would have been a surprise if they didn't go with those two positions. I think they drafted right on par with these guys' values, and I like it, man. Let's do some super chats. Just want to put the grade up. Okay. So we left off from Whiskey Merce. What's the whiskey of choice? We broke it down. It's the Jameson Distillery Edition. Panthers should trade up to get McCoy, given Jackson's a free agent next year. I would love that. I do have the Panthers sombrero ready. I'm very interested to see where McCoy goes at this point. Cards says, we're such a joke. The guy I didn't want. Yeah, I mean, was he even on your list of, like, consideration that we might take this guy? I mean, that's nuts. Yeah, I just saw the Tanford, Indiana, current home of the Glovers, where the Bears are looking to build their new stadium. On him like a glove. Love it. So thoughts on the Bears' return for DJ being Roush? Yeah, I don't really look at it in that light. I think we've discussed the DJ return separately, and then Roush makes a lot of sense. Cole Kmet you're gonna be able to move on from him and get hopefully a better blocker. I think Sam Roush has better blocking upside. But I like the Roush pick, man. For what they had. From Dylan, first off, go Pack Go. We made a good pick, Dylan. We didn't screw it up, my guy. Shout out Dylan. Dylan's always competing for first on, like, every video. Like, we know Dylan is, like, one of the leaders of Nody Gang, so we love Dylan Huff. Been watching since the 2018 draft videos, which was my first year getting into the draft. Also, can't believe McCoy is still available. Some of these picks have been horrendous. I agree. This is probably the stream that I remember that has the most just horrible picks, in my opinion. Captain Chaos says, Greenard to the Eagles. I think they should have taken a safety rather than trade. What do you think? Epps just isn't it with Makuba. Other than trade Greenard, I disagree. I would much rather have Greenard and figure out safety later. I'm always looking to build through the edge. They do. I agree with your assessment, but I think you can survive with Epps back there. But I would not regret the Greenard trade at all, and I like both of their first two picks. They needed some new playmakers that were going to fit this new system, and they nailed it. So if I were you, Captain Chaos, I would have no complaints about what the Eagles have done so far these first two nights. Gut Wrench said, Jermad's medicals can't be that bad, LOL. I know, man. Like, it has to be like doctors just don't think he's going to be able to play football ever again. Sturls says, Beck might look good with that loaded arsenal of weaponry. Mike Wilson, Marvin Harrison, Trey Bryant, Love. He just needs to be a game manager like he played in Miami. I mean, that's the positive spin on it. But if Carson Beck can look good with that arsenal, so can 80 other quarterbacks. Like, there's just no urgency to make that pick Carson Beck. And I promise you could have waited. And if you don't get Carson Beck, who the hell cares? You know who actually would look like a starting quarterback and maybe a franchise option would be Garrett Nussmeier. They took Carson Beck. I'm speechless. Jeez.
Sorry, Pat McAfee is on something. He's just.
I can't hear him, but he had a lot of energy in his face. I was like, is he?
He's on something, man.
Yeah, that's always kind of Pat McAfee, though. His face is all red.
Yeah, because he's screaming. AJ Halsey.
Okay. Great pick for the Colts. I think the Colts have had a really good draft. Just if the Green Bay Packers are hitting doubles with their picks, I think the Colts are hitting triples with their picks. Maybe not, home runs. Loving the baseball references here, but yeah, AJ Halsey's just a complete safety prospect. He reminds me a lot of Jaquan Brisker. He's not the like quickest cover player, but he has instincts as a coverage player, and he's got range. He's got 4.52 speed. There's a lot of times on his tape he reminds me a lot of one of my favorite players, Malik Muhammad, one of the hardest hitting safeties in the league. We can go the Darren Sharper reference there. But yeah, he comes downhill, loves to hit, can play the run. You can rotate him. Like this is a Lou Anarumo type of safeties. There's a lot of similarities, honestly, to Bell, who Ohio State. Bell, I can't remember his first name. Went from New Orleans to the Bengals, was on that Super Bowl team. Von Bell. There's a lot of that in AJ Halsey. He's just a very balanced player. He's not going to be a problem in coverage. You can throw the ball in his area because he doesn't have the best burst or quickness. But he's a very easy feel good pick at this range. Big man Luke, thank you for the $5 super chat. As an Arkansas fan, I'd root for Mike Washington, but his fumbles in key situations last year cost us games. Yeah, on top of all of this stuff, he fumbled 7 times. Okay, Zachariah Branch, there he goes. 3rd round to the Falcons. Branch is a fun player. And electric. He's still kind of learning things, to be honest. He was used in a gadget role for the majority of his career, and you have to question why that was. Like, at some point, you want to see a day 2 wide receiver getting down the field, making plays. They happen at Georgia. I think he took a step in terms of route running, and he did win some tough catches. He doesn't have the speed of Tyreek Hill, but I do think he has the change of direction, agility, and acceleration of Tyreek Hill. There's a highlight in this cut up, I think, where you can see him do the Tyreek Hill thing. We'll see if it comes up. I'll try to point it out. You can see him do the Tyreek Hill thing where he catches the ball, turns around back towards the quarterback, and then still outruns the defense. But I do think Branch is a much better receiver prospect than a lot of people gave him credit for. There's risks to him, right? Like, there's moments with his ball skills. He is small. You need an accurate quarterback, but like, you can see the double move there against Georgia Tech. Like, he has some moments when Georgia actually used him. I think it's this play right here. Yeah. Okay, watch him. He catches it. Is that not Tyreek Hill right there? And just the fast feet, the way he turned around. Oh, let's watch that one more time. Here's the other angle. This is literally like every Tyreek Hill catch right here. Like, just this is it right here. So electric, man. He was the number 1 recruit in his class. I think it's a fun high upside pick. I think that this is a range that I like. Zachariah Branch was like late day 2. So I think it fills a need. It gives them speed that they don't have. I think as a fit, I think I can really get behind this. So I really hope it works out. I find myself rooting for him because I feel like Georgia, between him and Oscar Delp, it was just such a like archaic offense at times. But you can see the moments with both those guys where it's like I could easily see that being a better pro than he was in college. Oh my God. Here it is. Chat. Jacoby Lane in the 3rd round. The Ravens. Oh my God. Jacoby Lane is probably my least favorite prospect to watch this year. I hardly think he's draftable. So genuinely some of the worst separation I've ever watched, period, from a wide receiver. He ran a 4.47. Show me where that's on tape. He plays, I thought he would run in the 4.6s based on his tape. He plays extremely slow. He's 6'4", but 195 pounds. So, and I think that's why the speed doesn't show up on his tape, because when you're that tall, you have a big target for these corners to throw jabs at you and get a hand on you. He has no play strength at all. He is a Slim Reaper type of build. He's like Kevin Durant if he was 8 inches shorter. But the second anybody touches him, contact just throws everything off. So that's oftentimes at the catch point, but especially in his routes. Like, all you have to do is just float your arm out there and you're going to shut him down. He has no technique as a route runner at all. He doesn't have great hands. He drops the ball. His contested catch win rate was just okay. My pro comp for him is Alan Lazard if he were afraid of the weight room. Like, I don't even think he's as good as Alan Lazard. Viewers of this channel know just how much that's saying. I hate this pick. I think there were so many better wide receivers. I would rather just have 34-year-old DeAndre Hopkins if you want a big wide receiver that's not going to separate. And we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes, man. I don't see it with him at all. And I hope I'm wrong, but it's just how I saw it. All right. We got some big super chats. Braden again. Thank you, Braden. $50 super chat. Doesn't seem like a Ballard draft to me. He seems to be going more consensus and less RAS. Am I crazy for this? No, I'd agree with that. This seems to be mellowing out a little bit. Instead of just drafting the freak athletes. They've gotten good athletes.
Thanks again.
But yeah, thank you for the amazing support, Braden. You're coming in clutch. All right, Albert Regis to the Jags. So they liked what they saw at Texas A&M because they went their first 2 picks out of Texas A&M. I like Albert Regis. I liked him as a day 3 guy. I think he's a good third defensive tackle. Who can help you in your run defense. He can help you stay multiple with your fronts, because I think he'd be anything from a 5 tech to a 3 tech in a 3-4 odd front. He gets the most out of what he has. He's just not the biggest guy. So I think he's going to be a little bit more limited. I think this pick is fine. I had Regis, I think probably 5th round. So it is a reach for me. Yeah, true 5th round grade on Regis. So it is early for me, but he'll fill in his D-line depth. I just, again, the Jags seem to be taking guys that will contribute, but they're just taking those guys way earlier than they need them and passing up on impact potential. So it's just all right, we had 2 picks on day 2 and we didn't have a first, and we got maybe a tight end 2 and maybe a DT 3. It's not good. It's just not good. So, bummer for the Jags, in my opinion. All right, let's keep catching up on the super chats here. Thoughts on Josh Cameron? Why is he going to switch his position? Oh, and why he's going to switch position to running back in a few years? Because he's a running back. I agree with you. Josh Cameron should not be a wide receiver. I mean, talk about a guy that couldn't separate. But at least with Josh Cameron, compared to Jacoby Lane, Josh Cameron, great hands, run after catch. He's kind of this weird hybrid player. I agree. I like Josh Cameron as a Samaje Perine-esque, almost like what A.J. Dillon has kind of turned into. Big, teach him how to pass protect, use that wide receiver experience out of the backfield, throw him check downs, screen game, angle routes out of the backfield. Cordell Patterson type, but not as fast. So we'll see. Malachi Campbell could be rich, but I'd trade 92 for Jordan Brooks as a Cowboys fan. Use the 4th on DT and use the other on receiver depth. I think Jordan Brooks probably costs more than 92. He was a first-team All-Pro last year. I don't think they're in a rush to get rid of Jordan Brooks. So I think you're probably talking about like your future second for Jordan Brooks if they would trade him. Jack, thank you for the super chat. Carson Beck, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Look, if Carson Beck wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, I will do a special video tribute to him on the channel. Larry Max, I'm pissed off as a Cardinals fan. I hate Carson Beck with a passion. Plus, he's ass. When are you dropping the 2027 QB rankings? God help me. I'm sorry, Larry. I've been there with my Packers making picks. I've been there. I know where you're at. From Givendo, I hope Jeremiah Love puts the team on his back, though. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be tough. Those shoulders are going to be heavy. Carter, best the Titans can get for Levis, best spot for Levis. I do think the Packers have kind of put themselves out there as like a great destination for the Will Levises and the Anthony Richardsons of the world with what they've done with Malik Willis and just what they've done with quarterback development for the last 40 years. So I would say literally just following in Malik Willis's footsteps, going from Tennessee to Green Bay. But I worry that Levis is just, he's got like a screw missing in his head. And he's just so erratic as a decision maker that I just worry about it. But big citrus to the Vikings.
That.
Big citrus. I was telling all my Vikings fans, we had boys weekend up at the cabin, and I was saying there's a 330-pound nose tackle out of Iowa State, and a couple of my buddies went to Iowa State. His name is Big Citrus, Dominique Orange, and they were like, I love it. And now he's a Viking for you guys. So it's a good pick. I was worried Citrus was going to get overdrafted a little bit in like the second round, and that's when I kind of, in my Not My Guys video, suggested him maybe as a Not My Guy. But I've this is kind of where consensus had him. It's where I had him. He's a really fun player, not just because of the great nickname. And he's another unique skill set for Brian Flores. Like him and Caleb Banks in this defensive line room, you've got some pieces to work with. Like these guys are going to be a handful, even if Banks and Dominique Orange have inconsistencies. So the reason I was like third round on Orange, and liked him in this range is he does one thing really well. He gets off the ball, he lowers his head, and he goes forward. Like he's going to be able to compress the pocket for Brian Flores. And that, especially for the right schemer, and this is the best schemer in the NFL, can be a real weapon. And I'm excited to see what they do with him there. Look at this play right here. Boom! That and whatever play it was earlier, the play we were talking about earlier, those are like some of my favorite plays from the year. But yeah, Dominique Citrus, really fun player, but I do think his run defense technique needs to be reworked from the ground up because he kind of just goes full speed ahead and tries to be that disruptor. He doesn't really like command a gap necessarily in a traditional sense, but he has the traits to do it. So I like him as a developmental run defender and honestly as a third down penetrator.
Chris Brass.
Okay, if I can just close the highlights real quick and then I'll give you the mouse. All right. Chris Brazzell just went to the Panthers. Hey, this is fun. Keep pounding.
Sorry, I didn't help you out.
Keep. The sombrero got a little crunched in the move back from Charlotte, ironically. But it's hanging in there. It's hanging in there. We might need to
Put it on.
Yeah.
See it.
Let's go. Chris Brazzell, welcome to Charlotte. Brazzell's fun, man. He reminds me of Christian Watson. Ridiculous athlete. 6'5", 4.3 speed, moves well for a big guy. Played in that Tennessee offense. We didn't get a lot of opportunities to like actually run routes and do stuff. He's just the definition of an inconsistent player. inconsistency can be overused in analysis sometimes, but that's really what it comes down to with him. Some games, this dude looks like freaking Randy Moss, and some games, he looks like Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee. Like, it's just a matter of, can you get the same guy on the field? And what's interesting is there's been rumblings that he might have schizophrenia, which would explain that. So it's interesting. But man, the upside with this guy is insane. I don't know if he's the best fit with Bryce Young. Like, Bryce Young can push the deep ball, and I don't want to hate on Bryce, but I don't know. I'll stop there. I do think Bryce can push the ball downfield, and I'm excited to see this. But this is a good pick, man. I think he brings you some juice and stretches the field a little bit. I want to see they're making the play calling switch in Carolina, passing the play calling duties off. I think manufactured deep threat, times where you're saying, okay, Chris Brazzell, you've got the deep post on this play action Shanahan scheme. We got Tech coming over the middle on the crosser. Take the top off the defense, and if that safety comes down, Bryce, let it fly. I kind of regret questioning Bryce's deep ball just because his arm's not that great, but his arm's good enough, and he got a lot out of those guys at Alabama when he had deep threats. So they tried to do this with Leggett, and Leggett's just not consistent enough. We'll see if it happens this time. But Brazzell's a fun pick for the late third. Sure. Okay. We left off from David, $20 super chat. Thank you, David. Benderson's 29. What are you thinking about the Bills draft so far? Where did you have Red Murdoch? A lot of people have him too low, IMO. So I have not been a big fan of the Bills draft, unfortunately. I think they found okay players, which is kind of par for the course. I don't think they found anybody that's going to make a big difference. I think TJ Parker's an edge 3. I don't really see how Noah Igbinosun fits into their cornerback room unless you're playing him in the slot. So I'm just not a huge fan of what the Bills have done. Red Murdoch as well. I hate to bust your bubble when you're coming in with a $20 super chat, but I don't think Red Murdoch is athletic enough to project as a starter. I mean, he can always surprise. But I do like Red Murdoch as a day 3 pick as a special teamer. He forced 12 to 14 fumbles, and he hits about as hard as anybody in this draft. And just get him covering kicks. If he forces 2 fumbles on kickoffs a year, I mean, even 1, that's worth it getting him on your special teams. Because if that's a playoff game and he forces a fumble, that swings the win expectancy by 7+ points. So Warhammer guy, Pregnon and Dunker fall. Hawks can still take one. It's true. Yeah, Pregnon, it's got to be just people, teams don't think he's a high upside guard and he's 24, but at this point, why would you not draft that? Dunker's a little more interesting because he's got to convert inside, and we'll see how he handles it. But yeah, Pregnon's especially surprising to me. Official Josh Bell YouTube says, Josh Bell here. Do you like oatmeal? Signed, Josh Bell. I do like oatmeal. I probably don't eat it enough, but I'm an oatmeal fan. Tyler Moody says, just saw someone say the Bears are only picking white players this draft as revenge for the Cunningham comp picks, and I'm dying. Oh, that is funny. That got me to laugh. E-Glaze, therapeutic to have passionate TFG rant not be about the Packers. Go Pack Go. Hey, yeah, I mean, this is not what I'm used to. I'm used to ranting about the Packers. Everybody's killing it. Packers are just kind of driving it down the fairway, going 60 and a 60, doing their own business, doing what they got to do. Lemur says, Vikings really said, F it, Flores, you make the picks. Yeah, dude, I'm coming out of this draft. I wish I could have a clean list, but if I were to rank the top 5 most fascinating things coming out of the day 2 of the draft, I think the Vikings, just what they are supplying Brian Flores with, it's like exactly Brian Flores types of players, like unique skill sets where there's guys where you're just saying, you got some issues, but you do some things really well. And if you put the right defensive coordinator, like puts that in the right direction, it could go off. So I am stoked to watch Brian Flores cook this year. Ted Hurst to the Bucs. Okay. So Ted Hurst got a lot of second round hype. I couldn't go there, but I like him more in this range. So I can get behind this. I think I like this. I really like the fit in this wide receiver room. And I think the Bucs really did need to get some more wide receivers. They lost Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. I don't think will be here forever. Even down to Mick something. Name's not coming to me right now, but the Washington wide receiver, like he's not an established starter. He's shown some really fun stuff, but Ted Hurst, Baker's going to love this dude. Deep ball, go Burr. Launch the ball down the field to him. He's got the juice. He produced against future accountants at Georgia State, so we'll see how that translates against NFL corners. I questioned like how physical he played through contact for a guy that was listed a little bit bigger. He reminds me a lot of Andre Yosivas. So, you know, I like him as a fit with the Bucs. Schematically speaking, I think it's a good infrastructure for him to have some success. I don't think he's a guaranteed hit. Like I think some people will say this is a total steal, that he was close to a top 50 player in the draft. I had him late third, early fourth, I'm pretty sure, if I pulled up my ranks on him. I had a true fourth on him as my wide receiver 17. So this is definitely even a tick early, but not early enough that I'm against it, especially when you know that he's got a lot of fans in this draft. Dalen Everett to the Steelers. I think Everett's a solid trade C corner prospect. I didn't fall in love with his tape, but I didn't hate it either. He was, I don't want to say he was just a guy, but I felt like it was kind of really good stuff one play, and then the next play he lost. It was just kind of inconsistent, but you can see the physicality, like one of the better run defending corners in the draft. And there's just little moments of brilliance from him, whether it's man or zone. So another just kind of inconsistent guy, but I think the value's just okay. I want to check where I had him because I think it was probably fourth round. Fourth to a fifth round, so it's like a little early for me. I like Prysock better. Charles Demings, I think, was interesting, but he was close to my best corner available, and we're at the end of the third round, so I think it's kind of fine, I would say. Not a horrible pick. I'd be a little bit surprised if he turns into a starter, but he's got traits to do it, so we'll see where it goes. Wade Matthews says, pull up to $2 super chat was strategic, as he says, pull up to a Twins game. Beer on me, brother. Cheers. Because Twins are doing $2 beers for Fridays and Saturdays this year, so that was a strategic choice.
And I didn't realize that as members, it's every game for us.
Really? It's every game?
For us, yeah.
Oh. Okay.
All right, Austin Barber to the Browns. They just traded up for him.
Okay. I wouldn't have traded up for Austin Barber, but I see Austin Barber as a swing tackle in the NFL. He's got really good length. He's one of these guys that's like kind of hard to get around. Yeah, I will just stand by it. I wouldn't have traded up for him, but it's a reasonable pick. I had him as kind of a fourth round guy, but I guess if you don't believe in DeJuan Jones, this makes sense. You know, they want more depth on the offensive line. I feel like there's other picks that would have been more exciting. I think this is a fine pick. I don't really have too much to add other than that. I didn't quite see a guy that had quite good enough feet to be like left on an island as a franchise tackle, but definitely someone that could hold up against NFL competition right away. So he's an okay player. I had him fourth. Let's see, what was the final grade on him? Yeah, true fourth round grade. So like reasonable pick. I just don't know you got to trade up for that guy. We just got a super chat and an opportunity for me to ring my bell because you said, where do you have Danny Dennis Sutton in your rankings? Had him mocked to the Eagles at 54, and he's still here at 87. So I hated Danny Dennis Sutton in this draft cycle. I did not understand the second round hype, and he ended up my edge 16 with a third to a fourth round grade. So we are now in Danny Dennis Sutton territory. Okay, we're gonna ring the bell twice because we're ringing the bell for being lower on Danny Dennis Sutton, and then Will Kacmarek in the third round. Let's go. I knew I wasn't crazy. So Dolphins fans, love this for you guys. I'm gonna ask Dolphins fans a question. Do you like Jackson Haas for the Bills? 5th round pick last year. Immediately one of the best blocking tight ends in the NFL. If you liked Jackson Haas or like him and were tired of going against him, let me hand you 95% of Jackson Haas. I actually had Will Kacmarek over Sam Roush. So interesting that I wasn't too crazy there. They go both in the third round. We'll track that. But they had the same final grade. It was just like I'm giving the edge to Kacmarek. But yeah, man, this guy blocks his butt off. I love this for Miami. He wasn't like useless as a wide receiver when they threw him the ball, just like Jackson Haas. It's just like, yeah, he's stiff, he's big. There's a reason he's not going to get a ton of targets, but at the same time, like he was in a tight end room with Max Clare. They had two like future top 5 picks at wide receiver to get the ball to. Like he just didn't get a lot of targets. He could be more of a wide receiver, like a receiving entity than he was in college. I think this is awesome. And they needed a tight end. Like Will Dulcich could not be your starting tight end. Like if you're a Will Dulcich fan, I'm sorry if I offended you. That dude's a slot wide receiver. He's not a tight end. But putting him next to Will Kacmarek is perfect in this system. And that actually might be better for Will Dulcich. So I love that pick. All right, we're going to take a quick moment and be right back. And we're back. So the Bears, they're not up quite yet. Unless we missed it.
No, they're up after the Jags.
After the Jags. Okay. So the Jags, let's see if the Jags can do something, man. Because I don't think they've taken like really bad football players. I just think they've reached quite a bit. So let's see if the Jags, like, you could make up for it with Jermod McCoy here. And just like say, let's see if the guy can get healthy. Pair him with Travis Hunter someday. Dan, the Dolphin YouTube says, as a Fins fan, how do you like our draft overall? I think the Dolphins have done a really good job. I liked their first round. I liked the Will Kacmarek pick. I'm trying to think of what they did in round 2. It's not coming to me right now. The Dolphins. Linebacker? Oh, they got Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Dolphins are one of my favorite drafts. Dolphins are freaking killing it, man. I'm excited for draft grades. I will, of course, be doing full draft grades for every team, going real thorough with it. So Dolphins are a candidate for one of my favorite drafts. You know, Proctor and Chris Johnson weren't like slam dunk picks, but I think they were both solid B picks. And then day 2 has been awesome, in my opinion. Do I dislike Sean Clifford versus Carson Beck more? The problem is Sean Clifford was a 5th round pick. Like, as bad as that was, it's still just a 5th round pick. Carson Beck with 65 overall? Way worse. There goes Pregnon. All right, Jags, we're back. We're back, Jags. Let's just flip. If you flip the tight end they took, Borchurcher.
None of those were right.
You want to try?
No, boar's head ham.
Boar's head ham. Boar's head cheddar cheese. This is a steal, man. Pregnon was probably, I would think, the best player left, other than obviously McCoy. But yeah, I had to squint to see this on my end. 36th overall player, Emmanuel Pregnon, a pro-made ready guard that they could use like immediately. I think he's probably better immediately than the vet that they've got playing a guard right now from Baltimore. I'm pulling it up right now. Patrick McCarry. I think he's probably better than Patrick McCarry right now. So we're back, Jacksonville. If you just flip that with the Borchurcher pick, the draft makes a little bit more sense. But we don't operate with that. But yeah, Pregnon's sweet, man. Good pick, Jacksonville. We're back. Trevor Lawrence is happy. And instead of Pregnon highlights for now, shout out to Adam. Bears are on the clock. Here was last football game I went to was with Adam. Hang on, it's dropping in here. Why does it not want to drop? Hold on. Something's bugging, unfortunately. I don't think I'm going to be able to get that picture in there.
Well, it's Xavier Thomas.
Oh, there it is. Oh, hold on. This thing just loaded. There we go. There's me and Adam at the Bears game. Great game, by the way. Vikes took the lead last second, and then Caleb did his thing. Game was classic. Yeah, I dropped this picture in here like 4 times because I kept clicking it. Hold on. All right, we're good. Let me get the certified steal off the screen. So,
Can I have the promoter?
I need to just pull up.
I don't even have his name.
Yeah, he was okay. So,
Can I put his name?
yeah, go for it now. Xavier Thomas. I watched a little bit of him. I didn't finish the write-up on him because I didn't think he was, I don't want to say worthy of it, but like I saw him as kind of maybe like a 6th or 7th round flyer on Xavier Thomas. I don't get it. Now, I was talking to EJ Snyder today about what our teams were going to do on day 3. We were saying like that designated deep threat guy for Ben Johnson would make so much sense. So like Khalif Raymond, Jamison Williams. I'm a little worried here that Ben Johnson just got to the end of the 3rd round, ignored all the scouts and just said, sort by 40 time and give me the top guy. Because Xavier Thomas ran a 4.28. But he didn't produce at all. He's 5'10", 192 pounds. There's just not a football player here right now.
The grade.
Yeah, I can't. I need grades off. But I hate this personally. I think there were actually like Brennan Thompson also ran a ridiculous 40 and actually knows how to play football. I really think, oh my God, they actually freaking did the running back 3rd round thing for the Niners. Oh my God. All right. I think we were good on the Bears analysis. I think they reached on a guy that was going to go probably a lot later, and there was a lot better deep threats. Like even Bryce Lance, who I'm not crazy about, I think would have been much better. I'm excited to talk to EJ about that one because that's a head scratcher. I mean, he's speed for Ben Johnson, but we'll see if he can. That'll be a testament to how good Ben Johnson is if he can get something out of Thomas. We literally got a comment in the 2nd round. Which running back is out there for the Niners to light a 3rd round pick on fire? because they can't help themselves but take a third-round running back every year. And here you go. Kalen Black out of Indiana. He's not bad per se. I had him as a 5th-round running back, which in this class, that's good enough to make him RB9 in this draft. I was surprised he ran a 4.45 because I don't think that shows on tape. I think he's a contact balance-based guy. I think you'd be hard-pressed to really find the moments where the 4.45 shows. But you guys, I'm sure the comments are just laughing their asses off right now. I have to look at the chat because it's unbelievable. They took the same player last year in Jordan James, the same player, never gave him the ball, and now we're done with him. The Niners are infuriating. Yeah, Emmett Johnson is there. Dude, what is happening tonight? What is happening with these GMs? Yeah, Alex says, the 49ers did the thing. This is the Family Guy meme. They said it. They said it. This is the Family Guy meme of 49ers drafts. I cannot believe it. Now, look, I don't think Kalen Black sucks, but I don't think you need to take him here. And again, what happened to Jordan James? I mean, the lineage of third-round Niners running backs is a legend. It is a draft folklore for the ages. I cannot believe it that they just keep doing it. Like, how? Why? How? I don't get it. I don't get it. Whoa. Crazy stuff. This is going to be one of the most fun drafts to revisit in a couple of years because we've never had this many hate it picks. We've never had even close to this many hate it picks.
I think you feel that way, but you really didn't have that many at the beginning.
No, the first round I feel like was chill.
Even starting into the second round.
Yeah. But I mean, it's been like
a lot of love it's.
I do. I don't think I mean there's I feel like there's usually a lot of like C and D graded picks in this range, but there's been just like picks that I can't explain. Like there's been like 10 of them. Wild. All right. Cheese from Asia says, I'm sorry. That name just got me. That cracked me. Trying to stay serious. All right. Reel it in, TFG. All right. Preferred Brazel over Branch for the Falcons. Who do you think would be good for the Falcons in the 4th? I get it. Very different types, but like same idea. I had them like right in the same cluster. So I could understand why you want the size with Brazel, but I don't think it was a bad pick. I don't. Jack says, imagine if Carson Beck asks to wear number 11 in Arizona. I guess I don't get that reference, to be honest. So maybe someone can explain that. Yeah, Zyvo says, if this isn't Elijah Surratt, what are we even doing for our young quarterback? Yeah, let's see what the... Oh, okay, I just saw it. Trey Zune. So, at least you're doing something. But I agree, like, why are you not taking a wide receiver? So Trey Zune's a nice player. They announce him as a center. They obviously signed Linderbaum, so he's not going to play center for them. But he played tackle at Texas A&M, so I disagree with like ESPN announcing him as a center. Like he's got. I like Trey Zune. I don't think it's a bad pick. You have a Raiders offensive line in flux. You have all these moving pieces. You might need a guard. You might need a tackle. Zune could be any of that. So. I think this is a perfectly reasonable pick. This is right around the range I liked. Trey Zune was like late 3rd, early 4th. So I could even say I love it, but why would you not want Elijah Surratt on this football team? Why would you not take, there's wide receivers here, man. Like, why Surratt especially? Why would you not roll the dice on Chris Bell, Kevin Coleman Jr., Brennan Thompson, get him a vertical threat. Skylar Bell is still there. Deion Burks. Like, there's dudes. Take a chance even on Bryce Lance. Like, let's get some weapons in here, man. Like, they don't have that at receiver. I mean, Brock Bowers might be the number one player in fantasy football next year at this point because he's going to get, like, all of the targets. I don't mind the Zune pick. It's what they did with the other picks that really gets me scratching my head. And maybe they can still reel it in because they still have some picks, right? But they're running out of opportunities to do that. Mr. Jack Matt says Bears lighting third round picks on fire. What else is new? Yeah, that one was we let Ben Johnson get the wheel for a second, I think. Ooh, Jaysean Barham to the Cowboys. I like that. I actually love that. Considering how edges kind of get depleted in this range, I think Jaysean Barham actually has starter potential. He played a hybrid role at Michigan. He played some off ball. He played some on ball. But he's a guy that kind of grows on you. Like, he plays bigger than his 240 pounds. I think he has it in him to bulk up a little bit. He did some good stuff as a rusher. He plays the run with his hair on fire. He's just kind of a guy that you can see getting there. And, like, worst case, I do think Barham, in what's going to be a 3-4 system here, like, I think he can be a really nice rotational piece. So I do really think that's a good value for Dallas at an important edge position. And I think that edge room now, like, I think we got enough guys at this point for Dallas in the edge room. Crisp says Bears going to go vroom next year. F the brakes. Sell them for more gas. Bear down. Thank you for the $20 super chat, Crisp. Hey, I hope that Eli Thomas just, if that's even his name, it's a name I have not really said this draft cycle. Xavier Thomas. This is what I had written for him. 4.28 40-yard dash is his selling point, but he wasn't really a great vertical threat in college, and he isn't polished enough right now to thrive in the short to intermediate game. So you're looking at him as a Khalif Raymond. Did they sign Khalif Raymond? I think they did, right? Yeah, he's a Khalif Raymond understudy. So are you taking that in the third round? I'm not. Yeah. And then Wade says, not drunk enough for this drunk draft as a Niners fan. I love Shanny, but I'm sick of Lynch. Serious question, can they be separated? Cheers. Yeah, look, I like John Lynch as a person, as a former player. This GM thing is... this is enough drafts where I can say he's not good at this. And I've said that for years. Niners fans say, oh, but we got George Kittle in the 5th round. We got Debo in the 2nd. We got Fred Warner in the 3rd. It's like, yeah, like when they hit, it's like unbelievable. But there's so many moments where you're just wasting opportunities. And yeah, I think this is enough. Like, wow. Okay, Keegan Trost goes to the Rams. I saw Trost as a really physical, like, plug and play off the bench backup. So it gives you some depth, which they could use some depth. Like, but again, the Rams now have taken QB of the future, tight end 5, and O-line depth. I think it's kind of, it actually reminds me so much of the Packers 2020 draft, where they took Jordan Love, and that was great, but then it's like, cool, we still have a 2nd and a 3rd round pick to put this team even further over the hump. And then the Packers' next 2 picks were that year Josiah DeGuara and A.J. Dillon. And it was bad at the time, and it's just like, man, you could have had your cake and ate it too, and you dropped the ball. Maybe I'm wrong about Trost, and he turns into a starter, but I see a quality backup lineman in the league. I just didn't see the traits to like be left on an island at tackle. I didn't see the athleticism to be like a great run blocker, but he's scrappy. He's all right. Adam is a kind of early day 3 type of guy. 7th-year player out of Missouri, Keegan Trost. We still got some super chats. I think I might be caught up. If I missed anybody's super chats, DM it. That franchise guy on TikTok. But I'm pretty sure we're all caught up. You guys have been incredible. Watching the stream, super chatting. Love you guys. I know you got options out there, so to join me for this.
280 left.
To get the goal. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, we're 280 subscribers short of getting to 115,000 subscribers. So, please, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, if you're, check to make sure you're subscribed. It would mean a lot to me. You're not going to want to miss the draft grades videos, so those will show up in your feed. We got over 3,000 of you guys, and I know I'm catching some of you on Twitter red-handed. I know there's people that follow me on Twitter that don't watch my content on YouTube. Please take a second, go check it out. Help me reach that goal of 115K. It would mean a lot. So we've got. Well, yeah, the membership gift from Braden was amazing. 50 membership gifts. And that's just, not only is that a great financial support, but that's so cool because I have exclusive content through the memberships right now. So those of you that got lucky enough to get that membership, it's not just that little badge. You can now go into my feed. You can watch all 8 of my Studs and Duds videos, which it's a lot of work for me. Like, I love my Studs and Duds series. We made the big decision this year was to turn that into exclusive content because it's, we've gone, I don't need to rehash why we made that decision, but it's been a really beneficial decision on my end. But yeah, like 50 of you get extra access now to go watch that. So go check out Studs and Duds. And you get access to the draft guide as well through the membership. There's going to be a community post with that link. So you get some extra benefits there thanks to Braden. So a huge thanks to Braden. And while we're just kind of talking things, plugging things, I do want to just drop a quick link to the Discord as well. We've got an amazing community. I'm trying to do a better job being active in the general chat there. Moved some chats around, restructured the Discord a little bit so that it's a little less confusing. But Chris Bell to the Dolphins. The Dolphins keep having a sick draft, dude. And they definitely needed some receivers, right? Because they haven't gotten that. They've stayed away from that. But Chris Bell, if he wasn't coming off an ACL injury, Chris Bell would be probably a top 50 pick in the draft. Now, I do feel bad for Malik Willis because it's like he signs here, they trade away Waddle, and then the first weapon they draft for him, it's like he might not be able to play this year. If he can, he'll be like a slow start. Theoretically, he should be ready around training camp, but it takes time for rookies already. But when you can't really practice throughout the summer, like it's a slow start. We might see him like mid-season. But I do think the value is awesome. Like Chris Bell is crazy explosive. I compare him to Rashee Rice. And no one's really agreed with me on that comp, but I'm going to stick with it. I think the way he plays is very similar. I think a lot of people still remember Rashee Rice for what he was in college, not what he's been on the Chiefs. I mean, he's been a run after catch handful for teams, and he's really explosive off the ball. I see that in Chris Bell. Need to see Chris Bell get better, like winning off the line, winning tough catches over the middle. But in a Shanahan-style offense, Chris Bell's a great fit. And when he can get healthy, I think he could be a player for this team for sure. So I love that, especially for a team that's like taking their time. And that's why if they could still find a way to get Jermod McCoy on this team, you're feeling pretty good about that new regime. If they could somehow, I don't know how many picks they have. I know they have a ton of picks in this draft. Jermod McCoy would be a really good pick. God, my pro comp is Christian Gonzalez for Jermod McCoy. And they have a long-term need at corner. Let's see what the Patriots do here. Nope. Eli Raridon. Not a bad pick. Patriots needed tight end help. I think Raridon's probably my best tight end available at this point. I'll double check that. But big dude, can move. He's dealt with some injuries at times. I mean, Notre Dame tight ends have a pretty damn good track record, of course, but he's got exciting flashes. He's got upside at the tight end position. I think the blocking is like the effort and the play strength is mostly there. I think he could afford to bulk up a little bit, but I think this is a really nice pick. It's not like a steal or anything, but they definitely needed another tight end in that room. And yeah, he was my best tight end available. I had a 4th round grade on him, which is basically where we're at this point. But he, again, best tight end available for me. And very solid choice, in my opinion. Fills a big need for the Patriots. So he's got potential maybe to someday kind of learn from Hunter Henry and become a starter someday. But if not, I think he could be a really good tight end too. Knockout Gaming says, are you out on Beck? Isn't it redundant if the Raiders go Surratt? Not saying they shouldn't take a wide receiver. So I'm not out on Besh. Not Beck. I'm not out on him, but that rookie year was rough to see. I mean, I know that they kind of didn't like the young players, and he's going to get a good opportunity. I don't think it's necessarily redundant with him and Besh with Surratt. I think Besh is a slot receiver. I think Surratt is like Michael Pittman, where you mostly play him outside, but he can play inside. Like Surratt, you're drafting to win back shoulders, to win on slants. Besh is more of like, kind of how you use Jawan Jennings. Like, we're going to get you in space. We're going to run you up the seam. You're going to flex in line and block for us. Dang, the Steelers get Jennings Dunker. Dude, I'm just going to say, I like what the Steelers are doing a lot. I don't know that Drew Aller's going to work out. I would bet against it. But with the way they're positioning this thing, this has all of a sudden become one of the most QB-friendly environments in the league. And look, Mike McCarthy has his flaws. I think he struggles to get a full championship caliber team put together, but I think he can construct an offense and coach young quarterbacks. And I think for Rodgers to come back to this situation with, you've got depth on the O-line with 2 really good picks, and this is a love it pick. This is a steal, honestly. I had a second round. He was almost a top 50 player for me. But you got pass catchers. I love Jeremy. You got 2 tight ends. You got running backs. Like, this thing is set up not just to kind of come in and compete right now, but for one of these young quarterbacks to kind of develop. So, and Jennings Dunker in a Mike McCarthy offense totally plays. He's a north and south guy. I think that's a big reason Dunker has fallen, is even though
His hair is wild, man.
yeah, he's got the vibes for sure. But I think even though Dunker played in a wide zone offense at Iowa, he's much better running up north and south. He's not a great wide zone blocker. And honestly, I noticed this year that Iowa was running a lot less outside zone stuff. It was a lot more QB read and stuff, just as the highlight plays outside zone right on cue. But, I could see him, like, he is very similar to the Dakota, South Dakota, North Dakota State, South Dakota State, whichever, I can't think of his name right now, but he's turned into a starting caliber player. He's very similar to him. So, like, they've got depth and options. I really like what the Steelers are doing. And I'll say this, too. There's a lot of parallels here. I think Iheanacho is a better player than Tyler Smith. But I said the year the Cowboys took Tyler Smith in the first, and then they took Beebe in the third, my take on that was that Beebe was going to be the better offensive lineman than Tyler Smith. I'm not going with that take here. Like, I really like Ihanachour, but like I could see Dunker beating out Ihanachour for the guard spot if they're going to let Ihanachour compete at guard in year one, and it being a case where Ihanachour is actually on the bench year one and Dunker is starting. Would not be surprised if that's the case. But I like it, man. I really like what Pittsburgh's doing. And both Drew Aller and Will Howard are like interesting dart throws. They could work out here. And you might as well throw two of those darts and make those guys compete against each other. So I think it's fun. Pulling for those Steelers. Steelers fans have had a little more rough than you would think the last couple of years. Eggnoggin says, please let McCoy join the dark side, which is the dumbest nickname for a unit. I don't like the dark side defense. Like, it just doesn't do it for me. We got to do better than that. I know they won a Super Bowl, but I'd rather just be Legion of Boom 2.0 than dark side. Like, let's at least make a reference to the Legion of Boom. Tori Horton fan back in the chat. As soon as I sent that, they traded to 99 with the Steelers. And I don't know. Yeah, he said best fits for the Seahawks at 96, or would a trade down be better for some day 3 picks? So they ended up back at 99. So yeah, I would absolutely take Jermod McCoy if I were the Seahawks. But I think getting a guard like Connor Lew is still there. I would take Connor Lew. He's coming off the ACL, but I think he's going to be just as I say that, Brandon, our friend, comments, Connor Lew, please Vikes, at least one of these picks. Yeah, Jalen Farmer, Connor Lew would be really nice picks for the Seahawks, in my opinion. Or my guy Carver Willis. Let's see if we could sneak him into day 2. That'd be a really fun moment. I know I'm on an island with Carver Willis, and I'm probably crazy, but he's the guy that I'm like, nope, I'm trusting the eyes. Carver Willis, top 60 player in the draft. And not expecting him to get drafted that high. That's going to be more of like 2 years from now. We see if he comes in and is better than expected.
All right, so the Vikings have 2 picks in a row here.
Okay. Skol. Caleb Tiernan. I think Caleb Tiernan's a perfect Vikings pick. I don't know that Caleb Tiernan is going to be a starter because he's 6'8", and kind of lanky. He's got short arms. There's just some deficiencies there that against really good, long, strong NFL edge rushers, I think they're going to be able to take advantage of them. But he's effective. Like, he moves really well at 6'8", and it's just kind of the physics of it all as a pass blocker where it's like, he's just hard to get around. Like, he's athletic enough. He doesn't have arm length, but he has physical body length. He's just a mountain of a man that moves and mirrors really well. And at some point, it's like, that's kind of a hard tackle to beat. And Christian Darrisaw gets hurt all the time. And when he's gone down, it's been like full panic mode at times for the Vikings. And I think getting a really high floor swing tackle makes a ton of sense. You don't need him to be, maybe he surprises and he eventually overtakes Brian O'Neill. I don't think that's realistic for this player. But as a really nice swing tackle at the end of the 3rd round, I can get behind that.
I'm going to put on Jacoby Thomas.
And then they take Jacoby Thomas. I disagree with the pick of Jacoby Thomas. I think with Zakee Wheatley here, I cannot endorse this pick personally. I just think Zakee Wheatley would have been such a slam dunk pick for them. To me, Jacoby Thomas is a big, physical, true strong safety, which the Vikings do, to their credit, like utilize a real strong safety. He's probably going to be your Harrison Smith replacement. But I think it's a reach. I had Thomas as a mid-day 3 type of guy. Like, he's, maybe I actually had him as safety 18 with a 6th to a 7th round grade. Maybe he's just not my type necessarily. I feel like I remember him having tackling problems. Yeah, this is why I didn't like him. I don't think he's a great coverage player, 6'1", 210-pound box safety type. But if you're going to be a box safety, I can't see a 20% missed tackle rate from you. That can't be the case. So that's why I think this is a reach. And to not take Zakee Wheatley, I kind of hate it. Seahawks get Julian Neal. So for me, I just don't understand not rolling the dice with Jermod McCoy. I think Julian Neal at this point is fine. I would have rather gone Ephesians Prysock for them. So Neal for me, before I put the grade on this, Neal was 4th to a 5th round grade. He was CB17. I guess he is the best run defending corner in this draft, and they really value that, so I can understand why they get there. Really good run defender, physical, like strong perimeter corner. There's not a lot of corners in this draft that are north of 200 pounds. He's one of them. 33-inch arms, so like there's stuff to like about him, but kind of a limited athlete. The coverage, it's just like he's not a sticky coverage player, but in a zone-heavy defense, he's going to sit and hopefully become a really smart zone corner and an excellent run defender. He's like your long-term Josh Jobe replacement. So, and a backup to Josh Jobe, like it's fine. I see how he fits with the team. This is just kind of that interesting range where like some teams start to take the draft philosophy of like we're drafting backups, filling depth roles, less exciting players. Whereas I just feel like there's guys that slip that teams all the time lose sight of the board. I'm not going to say they forget that certain guys are there, but we see all the time, like we see a run from like 95 to like the end of the third where it's that type of guy. And then the 4th round starts and you start to get those exciting picks again because teams come back the next day and they're like, oh yeah, that guy's still there. We will absolutely take a flyer on that upside in the 4th. Jalen Husky to the Jags is a nice pick. I think he fills in really nicely. Like they just needed another moldable defensive back. So whether he's a safety or a nickel, I like him. He has some of the best like instincts, ball skills, like real interception production. Again, I think Zakee Wheatley as a safety prospect is much better, but I like Jalen Husky more than I liked Thomas out of Miami who just went. So I had Husky as my safety, 10 with a 5th round grade. It's okay. Probably more of a fine pick for me. To me, he's a little bit slender to be like a full-time starting safety unless he's a true free safety, but that's not really, they're not like a single high team with their defense. But it's okay. He's got instincts, I think, as a dime back, a special teamer, and like a versatile backup that can kind of be, it can kind of be like silly putty. Like if a nickel goes down, a free safety goes down, you can slot him in kind of wherever, pun intended. He's all right. I mean, he reads the quarterback's eyes and makes plays. That's something that not every DB does well. But we've got a super chat from Bloom. 49ers just pissed me off. No way they believe Jake Brendel, Brett Toth, and Robert Jones are going to stop the Seahawks D-line. Let's go RB and wide receiver who won't play. I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. Sheldon Wong says, maybe the only Niners fan who liked the first 2 picks. I like Stribling. Really good run blocker too. But another 3rd round RB makes me want to jump off a cliff. Also, McCoy might never play at this point. Yeah, dude, the McCoy thing is crazy. Crazy town. Tanner, I'm a bit shocked that Abney has not gone yet. Yes, I agree. Keith Abney. Teams are overthinking Keith Abney just like they did with Ruben Bain. He's a 5'9" corner. Like, we learned 4 years ago that if you're an off-zone system, these guys can absolutely play in it. Abney has the goods, man. He is Darius Williams reincarnated, and teams continue to just be like, nah, we need Takario Davis, for example. I would go as far as saying like Everett for the Steelers. Now, I know the Steelers, they do actually press and do that stuff, but if you're an off-zone system, don't overthink it. Like I think he's a great player. And a great player, but a good NFL starter in Keith Abney. And then J98 says, Carver Willis at 107 for the Niners. Knowing them, it'll be Micah Morris, and my pain will be immense. Gosh, yeah, poor Niners fans at this point. Jeez. Carver Willis would be a great pick for the Niners, by the way. Immediate backup if anything happens to Trent, or honestly, anybody on the offensive line. I think he could start at guard. I think he'd be a future center. I just don't really get what's not to like about Carver Willis if you actually just watch his tape. So I hope he goes, man. I hope I'm not crazy and Carver Willis doesn't go like 7th round and I look like an idiot. But I knew full well when I put him as my number 10 tackle and a late 2nd round grade that I knew full well that I was setting myself up to just be wrong because I'm on an island with him. And you're good, Wade. Thanks for the super chat. He says, apologies for the profane chat. I'm just mad at my Niners. I hear you, dude. I hear you. So, is the draft done? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's done. We did it. I was looking at ESPN. I was like, it doesn't say anybody's on the clock. What's going on? Okay, great. We can cut it off there. And I'll see you guys in the morning, man. We got about 12 hours. So if you could please, while you're still here, hit that like button. Subscribe if you're not. And get some sleep and come back in the morning. Thank you so much for watching. Peace out. Talk soon.